Shall we start?
Can we wait for a minute or two?
Yeah.
Getting Mr.
Welcome,
Saraswat.
Dr. Kakodkar ji. Dr. Anil Kakodkar is there. Welcome, ji.
Yeah.
No, no.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. Kakodkar, sir, you're audible.
Thank you.
Communication. Should we wait for Dr. Saraswat to join or?
I think because his office is not responding since yesterday.
I see.
No staff is there. No phone is there.
Has Mr. Jindal joined? Naveen Jindal?
Jindal is not joining. Dr. Saraswat has joined.
Dr. Saraswat is there.
Saraswat has joined. He has joined.
Morning, Dr. Saraswat.
Morning, good morning.
Morning,
Morning,
sir.
sir.
Instead of Jindal, we are getting VR Sharma.
Okay.
He's traveling to Raipur this morning.
All right. All right.
I'll just take 1 minute to join, okay?
Take your time, sir. Take your time.
कोटकर जी आपका लेक्चर बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग था व्हाट यू डिड इन दैट कॉन्फ्रेंस कोटकर जी आर यू एबल टू हियर मी
I can see Mr. Shahi has joined.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Morning,
Good
Friday.
afternoon.
Morning, Mr. Morning.
Hello,
Morning.
Good afternoon. Still it is good morning. Good morning.
Shahi comes with the good morning only.
Left.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
So nice of you, Shahi ji, that you joined.
Good. वर्मा जी को देख रहा है वर्मा जी गुड मॉर्निंग
मैंने ज्वाइन
मॉर्निंग सर गुड मॉर्निंग
Morning, sir. Alok is contributing significantly in all our debates.
ज्वाइन कर लिया वेबएक्स पे है वेबएक्स पे
Yeah, very good, very good.
शुरू
Dr. Saraswat ji, good morning.
Good morning to all.
I have a couple of brief questions for you. How much
Yeah,
time
please
you
go
have,
ahead.
sir? How much time you have?
I have 2 hours.
Great.
Great.
Then we'll go along as per schedule.
Well, it's a long program that you have drawn, Sachdeva ji.
If you see the
4 hours.
participants,
4 hours.
if you see the expertise and which has been gathered here, Mr. Shahi, even
Yes.
this period.
Good afternoon,
No,
sir.
it's okay. Good afternoon,
Zamit
everyone.
here.
Can we start now, I think? Divya?
We start? Yes, sir. We can start.
I request Mr. Patti, you can start. Please mute your audio.
Morning, rather good afternoon since it's past 12. Good afternoon to everybody. The very beginning, I welcome everybody who's there. We are certainly going through very difficult times, and we hope everybody is safe and is taking care of himself in these difficult times of the COVID pandemic. Now, we have a galaxy of people who are experts. We have people who have extensive knowledge. Dr. Saraswat, for one, while he has been a well-known nuclear defense scientist, his knowledge of various technologies in the energy sector is wide and well recognized, and I think its contribution in shaping the future course of action in the energy sector is certainly known as. We look forward to it. There's Dr. Kakotkar, who is a well-known nuclear scientist and has been with us on various forums, been guiding and telling us as to what should be the future. Like, of course, we don't have Mr. Jindal, but we have his representative, Mr. Sharma, who will probably give us a first-hand experience of coal gasification in India. We have a series of experts who will be speaking in the later on. The subject that has been picked up, coal gasification, is nothing new to people. What has been picked up is that we in the Coal Preparation Society of India have been focusing a lot on coal. And our focus is essentially on coal quality. When we talk of coal quality, the issue of conversion or alternate uses of coal just comes into the picture. Coal, alternate uses of coal, as we can see, basically to conversion to gas to liquid, is what has been discussed on several forums. We may have a lot
Somebody's
of
voice
repetition
is
yet
coming.
again.
Kindly mute all your mics, speakers.
Okay. Am I clearer now? Okay.
Yes, sir, you're clearer now.
So, and this was one of the reasons why we thought that India, with a huge resource of coal, and the way the use of coal is declining because of the climate change impact, there has to be a prudent and better alternate uses of the same resource. And gasification is one such area which certainly has a promise. It will play a major role in the whole strategy of attaining net zero emission. But we are yet far away, and we do not know what exactly will be the components or the role played by each of these parts, whether it's coal, whether it's gas, whether it's petroleum, whether it's hydrogen. We really don't know how this will shape up. But yes, there's a lot of thought, there's a lot of discussion, and of course I should not forget nuclear and hydro at the same time. Every one of them has a certain role, and what will it shape up to is what probably needs to be worked out. A thing that really prompted us to look at coal gasification was the promise made by government that Coal India will invest a huge amount of money using the coal resource in gasification. And that really prompted us to say that let's look at how this is going to shape. What role does coal gasification play in the entire scene? And this is where we are. We decided that we'll have a little discussion, a webinar on the subject, and we called in a number of experts, and we thought to ourselves that the best would be to have Mr. Naveen Jindal or his representative to tell us exactly what the experience is in actual on ground, where he is doing gasification and using gas for as a fuel, as also as a redox agent in production of steel. With these words, I would like to welcome everybody today on this webinar, particularly our chief guest, Ms. Dr. Saraswat, Dr. Kakotkar, and I think Mr. Sharma, who is representing Mr. Jindal. We have Mr. Rajdan, who has joined us. Welcome, sir. for this webinar. These words I would like to welcome once again and request Mr. Sachdev to briefly tell us what would be the program like and what are the objectives of this brief webinar rather. Mr. Sachdev, like.
Thank you, Mr. Pratik, and welcome to you all. Our special welcome to our chief guest, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, and equally special welcome to Dr. Anil Katkar, eminent nuclear expert who has been backbone of the development of Indian nuclear energy program. And we have Mr. Rajdan. I mean, name the galaxy, they are there. Shahi is there, everybody is there. Then we have Chinese experts who are engaged in our Talcher fertilizer plant. We have expert from EIL who also have done original work. Then we'll have a speaker from Air Products late afternoon because he's sleeping now. He'll get up in the morning and join in from the US. Very briefly, as already mentioned by Mr. Parti, coal is at least known to be, what newspapers say, is dying away, which is not so far India is concerned. We have our own compulsions of having very meager hydrocarbon resources, large population to be served, lowest per capita consumption, particularly with the 1200 kilowatt hours, and our imperatives are totally different. But being a part of the Committee of Nations, which today meeting is starting with Biden has taken 40 nations who are supposed to be contributing 80% of the emissions. They claim that India is supposed to be one or the lowest one in the world. Our per capita coal consumption is only 700 grams. 7 tons per year. Now, this is the situation. We thought, let's prepare for the future. With a cleaner source of technology, coal can supply you hydrogen, coal can supply you carbon materials, coal can supply you liquid fuels. And so many products which will be required in near future and long-term future will be coming out of coal. And in today's special feature is, we have one company, Managing Director V.R. Sharma is there. Welcome, Sharma ji.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
They have invested in successful implementation, the only plant working in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir.
They are converting coal via DRI to direct iron without going through this coking coal route. And they're using dirty coal, gasifying it. Also, Mr. Sharma will tell us that is his role he will play. We have to learn a lot. Yesterday, government has approved, cabinet has approved 13,000 crore investment on Talcher fertilizer plant for production of urea of 12.7 lakh tons. This type of gigantic numbers are being thrown up. Government has set aside 30,000 crore for gasifying 100 million tons of coal in another 10 years down the line. So I'll not take too long a time because I'm not too well. We go ahead with the program, and I suggest, Divya, you will request Mr. V.R. Sharma to give his keynote address. And we are lucky we have Dr. Saraswat enough time to guide us through today's webinar. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this webinar organized by Coal Producing Society of India on an important topic of coal gasification. And now I would like to ask Dr. V.K. Sharma to give a keynote speech about the coal gasification. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. His Excellency Dr. Saraswat, Shri R.K. Srivastava ji, R.K. Sachdeva ji, and my all friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is a wonderful platform to speak on coal gasification. Yesterday, the world bodies, they have agreed that by 2050, we will eliminate the usage of coal from the world. You know, the coal has been declared as a villain in the growth of the world, and most of the developed economies today, they are developed because of the coal. Like Russia, they had been taking out coal, using coal for decades. Similarly, Australia, they are now exporting a lot of coking coal. South Africa, they are exporting all kind of coal. Then the countries like America, they are exporting coal, and many more countries, they are exporting coal. Germany today is Germany because of coal, and France is France because of coal, and London is London, UK is UK because of coal. So all these economies in last 500, 700 years, they have used coal day in, day night. Anyhow, now they are thinking that yes, coal is very detrimental, and this coal will not be used. The world pressure will be there on us and for everybody that by 2050 we have to come out. We have to stop using coal. Now the best solution is, first of all, the direct burning of coal for power generation through Rankine cycle. This is very
વીકેન્ડ
inefficient.
પછે નહીં તો પછી એને 11 તારીખ જ
Matthew,
sorry,
sir, you are unmute, sir. Matthew, sir,
ભાઈ
sir.
તો 11-12 તારીખ લઈ લઈએ, 11 તારીખ લખી દઈએ ને.
So
11 તારીખ લખી દઈએ.
gentlemen, please mute yourself because your communication is being listened by everybody. So I request you to please mute yourself.
He is
now.
muted.
Okay, good. So now coming back on the background, that this coal, what we have 350 billion ton or 400 billion ton, what nature has bestowed us for millions of years. So this is a direct energy what we should now try to utilize. My suggestion and request to government of India is that it is too little to speak that we will gasify only 100 million ton coal in times to come. The companies like Indian Oil, Hindustan Petroleum, Bharat Petroleum, ONGC, all these companies, they should be asked by government of India that 50% of their energy requirement, 50% of their liquid fuel sale should be through coal gasification route. We have to follow a company like China Sinfuel Limited, that is in China. So they are converting millions of tons of coal each year to produce liquids, be it methanol, be it diesel, be it petrol, benzene, or the last value chain like olefins. So unless we ask these government companies, unless we ask Reliance to convert at least 50%, their dependence should be cut down from imported crude to the coal to liquid. Till that time, we cannot make this country rich, and we cannot make this country as a country of our dreams. So Mr. Naveen Jindal and his father in 2007, they visited Sasol, that is South Africa, and they found that they are converting from coal to syngas and syngas to diesel. Because during the control regime and during the sanctions time, when because of the racism, they had sanctions from all over the world, the fuel supply was cut off. So they thought that why not to become independent, and they called Lurgi, with the Lurgi technology, they converted coal to liquids. So this particular technology is existing in the world since 1930. And today we are in 2020, even after 90 years of time, we have not adopted the technology. This is for sure, all dignitaries will agree that the entire world will stop using coal by or before 2050. So the solution is, first of all, whatever maximum coal we can now use, we should use directly, number one. Number two, we should try to gasify the coal, underground coal gasification, coal bed methane, or over the surface coal gasification. This we should start doing now. And coal to liquid by Indian Oil, Hindustan Petroleum, Bharat Petroleum, Reliance, all refineries, they should be directed that at least 50% of their crude supplies should cut off, and they should replace it in next 3 to 4 years time from coal to liquid. If we do that, then India becomes the richest country in the world. I assure you that the foreign exchange reserves will be more than $2 to $3 trillion. Today it is about $620 billion, and the Chinese foreign exchange reserve is about $3 trillion. We are one fifth of them. So I think we can immediately, within the next 3 to 4 years time, we can bring up the forex reserves to $3 to $4 trillion. And whatever Honorable Prime Minister has been telling that we want to make this country to $5 trillion, $5 trillion is too small. Country has a potential to become $15 trillion economy. And that is possible only because of coal and nothing else. So coal to power, coal to fertilizer, coal to chemicals, coal to liquid, coal to methanol, coal to hydrogen, coal to diesel, coal to petrol, coal to benzene, coal to plastics. So this is a wonderful product what nature has given to us. So God has given us enough, but we could not utilize it. So my request to all the dignitaries here and all the technologists and the engineers and scientists here, that we should start speaking the usage of coal on environmental friendly manner. What the same statement was given by Honorable Prime Minister in America 2 years back, that we want to invite the technologists, we want to invite the consultants, we want to invite the foreign experts to convert our coal in a most human friendly manner, not environmental friendly manner, human friendly manner to be used, so that the country like India and many more countries in the world, they survive, they become richer. More richer we are, much better it is for the world, I will tell you, because China has become now $17 trillion economy and they are the world's workshop. We are still working at a $2.5 to $3 trillion economy. We are looking for $5 trillion economy. We have potential of $15 trillion economy. So more we grow, better it is for the universe. This is what I can tell. And then our overall, whatever God has gifted to us, these minerals, we can utilize it effectively. Otherwise, by 2050, one day we will find that neither we can use coal, nor we have nuclear power plant, nor will be having the solar. I respect the solar engineering, but the solar is going to be a big problem for our nation after 20-25 years. Most of the fertile and cultivated land will be covered by the solar panels. And it is very difficult to maintain the solar panels. When the solar farms will be replaced, it will create a disaster for the nation. So solar, I'm not against it. Yes, we must try wherever it is possible, solar, but this is not the solution. Nuclear, yes, it is solution, but again, Kurnakulam, we are seeing so many other areas, the resistance from NGO or nuclear power generation is too much. Then the hydro, we are facing a big problem from Nepal. We are facing a problem from China. Brahmaputra river, they are trying to divert. They have built so much big of dam in their territory, and they want to make the Brahmaputra river dry. They want to change the total ecosystem of the subcontinent. So this is going to create a bigger problem in tomorrow's time. So hydro will not come because of these problems. Nepal is not supporting. Only country left is Bhutan, which is very small in hydro. So where from the hydro will come? So these are the areas where we have to ponder upon as an Indian. My message and my request to the entire fraternity, all of the respected members, Dr. V.K. Saraswat, Shri Sachdeva ji, my other friends, and those who have spent their whole life in making the lives better for this country. The only solution is coal gasification. The other is, from coal gasification, we can make ammonia, NH3. We are making in Angul, ammonia, NH3 we are making. And ammonia, today India is importing ammonia. This is a pity that we have 350 billion ton of coal in the country and we import ammonia. So is the case of, I'm touching a small subject of oxygen today. So oxygen today, whatever we say that oxygen is in short supply, oxygen is not in short supply. We have enough oxygen stock and enough oxygen generation in the country. The only problem is the logistics, how to transport oxygen from one location to another location. So the future should be the piped oxygen, as the pipe gas is coming in the houses. So pipe oxygen should come. through a central plant to different hospitals in cities. We have to put up some 2,000, 3,000 TPD of oxygen plants in each and every city. We have 600, more than 600 districts in the country. So 600 oxygen plants should come in this country. We are 1.35 billion people. Tomorrow will be 1.4 billion people. Maybe after 5 years, will be 1.5 billion people, will be the world's largest democracy and world's largest populated country. We cannot compromise on saying that oxygen is not available. Today, we need 8,200 tons of oxygen every day. We have 8,000 tons of stock also available, 8,000 tons of production also available in the country. But logistics is the issue, the tankers is the issue. The another point I would like to touch here on oxygen, that today the tanker operators, the tankers are run by only one driver. The tanker should be run by 3 drivers. The Department of Explosives, Government of India is having a record that which are the tankers which can be put into operation and which can be monitored. All of these oxygen tankers should be monitored through GPS and through a global positioning system so that we know which tanker is standing where. The turnaround time of the tanker should be cut down to 6 days as of 15 days today. One tanker taking oxygen, going to a different city, coming back for refilling, it takes 2 weeks time. It should be cut down to 6 days time. And whatever tankers we have for nitrogen, they should also be converted into oxygen. So there is no shortage of oxygen today in the country. The only suggestion to all of you, because you all are the decision makers, policy makers, you influence government policies. My suggestion is that apart from coal gasification, we should also have each and every hospital should have a small 10 ton to 20 ton of oxygen plant. So that also we should think, and it is not a big cost. So all these big hospitals or the state-run government hospitals, they can afford 10, 15 crore rupees. It is not a big amount. So these are my suggestions in the interest of nation. Let us work in the interest of nation that 350 billion ton coal what we have, we must gasify it. We must make fertilizer out of it. We must make the power out of it, because power through Rankine cycle and power through gas-based power plant is a big difference from 30 or 32% of total efficiency to 56 to 58% through combined cycle. So this is where the difference is. So whatever energy today we are using, we will increase the output by double. The last point, we should have one nation, one tariff policy in this country. One electricity tariff. Today, everybody speaks, not everybody, most of the people speak, oh, there is no power. There is small cut of half an hour. We have to switch on our inverters. But we do not know from where this power is coming. So all of this power is coming through coal. And many people, those who are living in the houses, in the air conditioning system and all the electrical gadgets, they always raise their voice, no, we should not use coal. Why should not we use coal? We must use coal. But the methodology of using coal should be different. Not directly burning into the boilers, it should be through coal gasification. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your very...
Thank you, Sharma ji. Can I request now Dr. Anil Kakodkar to share his thoughts with the audience and the participants? Dr. Kakodkar ji.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Well, thank you. Actually, I had no intention of speaking here when I saw that there is this webinar on coal gasification, and since I have interest in coal gasification for some years now, I only wanted to join as a listener. So I don't want to take too much of time and distract you, but since Mr. Sachdeva has forced me here, so let me make a few quick remarks. I have been concerned about coal ever since, in atomic energy, we set up a heavy water power plant at the old Talcher, adjunct to old Talcher fertilizer plant. And that was based on coal gasification. That plant did not work, the technology failed, And as a result, we couldn't run our heavy water plant. So heavy water plant also failed. And I think same thing happened with the, if I mistake not, Ramgundam fertilizer plant. And the day I knew that we have plenty of coal, of course, but we are not able to use that for our fertilizer industry, since that day, the subject of coal gasification has been of some interest to me. Now, now that I'm connected with Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas in capacity as chairman of Scientific Advisory Committee, and I found there is this program of coal to liquid project being done in a consortium mode, and which is going on for, I don't know, maybe 10 years. And when I took over, I found that what is ailing this development is inadequate faith in R&D, inadequate application of R&D, and we want technology to come from somewhere. If it works, well and good. If it doesn't work, then we have nowhere to go. And it is in that context that I'm very concerned about coal to liquid. And I entirely agree with what Mr. Sharma said earlier. A country so rich in coal and a country which is so heavily dependent on import of hydrocarbon to the extent of almost 80-90%, I think it is terrible that we keep on spending our foreign exchange and we are not able to make adequate use of our coal, not just for power production, but for many other purposes. Now, coal is, as Mr. Sharma said, is a wonder material. You can, of course, use it for generation of electricity. You can use it for generation of process heat. You can use it for supporting processes as it is done in steel making. You can use it for gasification and liquefaction and replace a lot of liquid fuels which goes for transportation in a big way. So whether it is supporting electricity generation, whether it is supporting transportation, whether it is supporting process heat, whether it is supporting chemical processes, whether it is going forward supporting petrochemical production. I think coal has so much of application, but simply because we are not endowed with the so-called low ash coal or better quality coal, and the technology available world over actually relates to the low ash coal, and so this country is suffering. That's my very honest and if you say very kind of forthright view. Now, what can be done? I think the challenge is coal gasification and coal burning, that is getting heat, energy out of coal, C going to carbon dioxide generating energy, and the gasification of coal. The two have two different time constants of the reaction. And obviously you have to burn part of the coal to generate the temperature for generating the gasification process. Now, this is where the trick lies. The same gasifier, if you want to do the two processes together, one with a very large time constant, the other with a very small time constant, it is unstable. And then on top of it, in that instability, if there is a large enough ash which melts at much lower temperature, then you have clinker formation. So the analysis and design of coal gasification equipment as is being done in the West for coals of low ash, or in fact, in many places they are talking about pet coke, or in some cases they are talking about take Indian coal and mix it with pet coke so that the overall ash content comes. Now, these are all, I think, routes which are kind of stopgap solutions, and they are not going to allow us to go very far. unless we have our own knowledge base. The experiments which are being done, and the colleague from Engineers India who is joining, I hope he will talk something about this because these experiments are being done at Engineers India about this, and they have some success, but still miles to go. There are also analysts from IITs and other places who are developing codes and solving this problem analytically. And I think we need to go through a kind of a special equipment design and modeling. Now, at the moment, it is just work in progress, and it's too sad that it is happening too late in the day when the world is talking about going away from coal. Now, I also subscribe to the view that India cannot become coal-free in foreseeable future. Certainly, it won't be able to do much about this around 2050, which the world is talking about decarbonization. Now, but at the same time, we cannot ignore climate. So it looks to me that we should establish a coal economy which allows you, one is of course the clean coal route, and there are many options there, but the idea is that you generate per megawatt minimum amount of carbon dioxide and then back it up with uh, carbon capture and utilization. These are the technologies. Again, we have not done much work in that area, but I think once you have CO2 and once you are able to capture and purify, because that's where again there'll be material challenges. But if you do that, then you actually have a carbon emission free way to get energy out of coal. And I feel that is inevitable as far as India is concerned, because I think coal has to be a part of equation, and progressively we want to reduce emission. And I don't subscribe to sequestration. I subscribe to only coal capture and utilization. And there are plenty of opportunities for utilization in the country, and we should have actually a master plan to do that. I know in the context of hydrocarbon, there is this process going on for the gas phase fermentation of carbon dioxide, but that is applicable to. It has been done in many steel mills in some countries, and in the hydrocarbon sector in India, some experiments are being tried out uh, to to sort of convert CO2 into values, including fuel. But this is only one example. There are many other routes, and I think we should quickly mobilize our efforts to do that. So this is number one. The second incident, I think Mr. Sharma did refer to the in situ gasification. Now, gasification on surface itself is a big challenge. In situ gasification is a bigger challenge. But I think that's what we should aim at. In any case, a lot of coal or coal gas is being burnt in Zaria, which is going on. It's all waste of energy or waste of our resource. But we should, leveraging our expertise in geomechanics, leveraging our expertise in, again, this classification dynamics, but the way it will happen under the ground. And I think that again is a important area of science and technology which we should develop capability in the country. And I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. Or if at all it's there, it's just rudimentary. So I think our priorities are not right. It's only time that we bring in right priorities. Get coal gasification happen right in situ. And what will happen is a lot of ash will left in ground. So at least local or regional pollution, particulate pollution, we can avoid. When you use coal, of course, there'll be CO2, but part of that coal, if it's also used for petrochemicals, and there are plenty of uses, in petrochemicals, good part of that coal actually gets fixed. So a combination of use of coal in petrochemicals, a combination of use of that coal for fuel, both solid as well as liquid, as I said, for transportation, and ways of carbon sequestration put together, I think we have still a chance of making good use of our coal, but most of these technologies are not available elsewhere. If we depend on foreign technology, then we will be where we were maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. And I think we should come out of that mold. And that's the simple message that I wish to give, that we must leverage our coal resources. It is possible, but we have to leverage our own domestic R&D. Otherwise, what happened in the old culture, of course, the new culture fertilizer plant is on the anvil, we'll see. But I think, talking about pet coke, talking about getting importing coal and doing coal gasification, all this is fine, but it doesn't solve the problem at fundamentals. And that's where we should focus on our energies on. And that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll have, now I'll request our chief guest, VK Saraswat sir, to give his inaugural address. VK Saraswat sir, are you there? Saraswat sir, are you there?
I'm available. Yeah.
We can
you
see
hear
him.
me?
I think we
Can
can
you
see
hear
him.
me?
Yes, sir, you're
Yeah.
audible.
So, very good afternoon, and my greetings to Dr. Kakodkar and all the esteemed participants to this webinar. I think most of it, what can be said about the coal gasification and the need for resorting to coal gasification as the preferred route for meeting the demands of energy and also chemicals and all has been talked about both by Dr. Sharma and by Dr. Anil Kakodkar. I would like to touch upon a couple of points which are very, very relevant. With respect to the statement which I heard this morning from Mr. Sharma, Dr. Sharma, that 2050, the world has decided that they will get rid of coal. As far as I'm concerned, if our analysis is of any meaning, we find that even till about 2047, India, with its increasing demand of energy, with whatever measures we are taking to convert as much renewable energy for the energy production, and also making use of other sources of energy, we'll still need about 42% of the energy need, or even 44% of the energy need, to be fulfilled by the coal sector. This is our analysis. This has also been corroborated by International Energy Agency. And I fully agree with what was said about the over dependence on solar energy for the reasons which were very well enumerated by Dr. Sharma. So that is one thing which we have to understand. But my take on this subject is very clear, that solar energy is, or the renewables rather, would be reducing the use of energy production using the fossil fuels, particularly the crude oil and the gas. And while certainly the use of, because of their increased use of renewables, the use of coal will get reduced, but certainly it will not go to zero. With whatever decisions are taken in 2050 or whatever they say, these are all, I would say, wishful thinking. And my request to the policy planners and everybody is that let's not get carried away by such announcements, because these announcements are not practical. They are not going to happen. And sometimes, because these announcements are made, our policy planners, our so-called people who release money for the variety of activities in this sector, they certainly take decisions which are not in favor of continuity of coal gasification and things. Dr. Kapoorkar very nicely put it that we do not believe in our R&D. That's why we are in this state of affairs today, that we are suffering with respect to the the availability of technology for doing coal gasification. In this particular domain, our demand, if we are going to show something like 640 megawatts or 640 gigawatts of energy by about 26, 27, what we are talking of. And out of that, the 43% of the total installed power capacity will come from clean energy sources. That is what is identified. So coal in India's energy ambition will remain the dominant fuel produced in India with about 65% share of total production in 2035. Renewable will overtake oil as the second largest, increasing from 4% to about 14%. And oil drops will come from 10% to something like 30%, 35%. This is the kind of figures which we have. And if you see, yes, there will be a reduction. In 2019, we had 72% of the energy coming from coal-fired power plant. And in 2040, it will be 42%. That is what we are talking about. So, yes, we cannot wish away an important resource. And that important resource is coal, because India is the fifth largest reserve, fourth largest producer, and second largest consumer. And also we are some of the second largest importer of the coal, which is one of the worst things that can happen. And our share of coal demand in the power sector I have already mentioned. We also need about 15% of the coal, the coking coal through the blast furnace and all that metallurgical coal. We need about in the steel making sector. So that's why the demand as far as the coal is concerned has gone up on year on year. 2018 we have of course 4.5%, and it is expected to come down to 3.5 about 2030. And import also will come down, that is as promised. I think somebody mentioned about that we have a huge reserve of coal, so I won't repeat that particular part. To satisfy the growing coal demand, production shortages, imports have been increasing since last 2 decades. The need for opting coal technology suitable for Indian coal to lower down the import. That is what we are talking. Why we are importing coal? Because our coal is high ash content coal, and many of the power plants which are running today have been designed to work only on the clean coal, less than 20-25% coal, and as a result, and of course, the coal available from Australia and other sources is cheaper. Transportation cost from getting from Australia is cheaper than transportation of coal from Visakhapatnam or Odisha to southern part of the country. So these are the issues which are responsible for this kind of a dichotomy, that we have a huge import of coal, despite the fact that we have good coal in our. Even the good coal is not completely utilized. Forget about the high ash content coal. Now, so we had to reimagine coal products from coal to coal resources, ash and byproducts. It's all of them. We cannot wish away from this point. And as properly brought out, we have coal mining. When you do, we get a lot of shale, clay and mine drainage. We get sludge, leachate, which has rich in rare earth elements, which is critical minerals, and even quantum dots and shale, which can be extracted out of it. We have, of course, the gasification, what we are talking of, which is one of the best method of utilizing coal, I would say, because of the efficiencies you get, which has been already talked about. In addition to that, you can bring out hydrogen, you can bring out oil, you can bring out ammonia, you can variety of things which are chemicals. And also the manufacturing plant, the ash residues which we get from the coal gasification can be of great use in terms of variety of structural materials, rare earths, coking products, plastic composites, energy storage devices, carbon nanomaterials, steel manufacturing, and so on. But this is a huge cycle. I would say it's a coal economy as a cycle. If you follow the gasification route, you will have in a position to do what is called a coal economy. And we have said that why we are all averse to coal, mainly because we have said that emission intensity of GDP to be reduced by 30 to 35% from 2005 level by 2030, and 40% of the total power capacity to come from the non-fossil fuel energy sources. So we need carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon dioxide through additional forests by about 2030. These are all some of the INDC targets which we have put across ourselves. And as a result, we keep on saying we will not do coal because we have a major problem. But that's, you have to imagine that there are ways and means of doing coal in a manner, as Dr. Kakodkar was telling, the clean coal technologies, Dr. Sharma also mentioned about it, because higher temperature and pressure drive the efficiencies in an advanced supercritical coal plants. The R&D effort which the Department of Atomic Energy, Department of BHEL and NTPC has put in developing the advanced ultra supercritical plant is the right step in that direction. Because you jump from something like 35% to as high as 47 or 45% and even more if you get into those regimes of operation of the thermal power plant. That is one great advantage. And it is not only the efficiency improvement, the per kilowatt power generation or per megawatt power generation, the production of carbon dioxide also comes down drastically. So you have a greater, every 1% efficiency gain reduces lifetime emissions by about 2,000 tons of nitrogen oxide and sulfur dioxide and 2.5 million tons of carbon dioxide. So it is a great advantage if we follow this particular exercise. Now, we have, since this is a webinar on clean coal technology, why is it that so far we have not been able to make a major dent in anything I have to do? Clean coal technologies. So we basically the clean coal technologies demand that we should remove in all our processes with respect to the criteria pollutants, SOx and NOx and particulate matter and greenhouse gas emissions. And that's why the three major technologies which have been practiced in some places, which have been developed, and I'm sure India also can do it, are the integrated gasification and combined cycle, ultra supercritical combustion, and oxy-fuel combustion. If we follow that, we will be able to get at least the cleaner output as far as the criteria pollutants and things like that. But carbon dioxide will still remain, and that's why you have a carbon capture. And I fully agree with Dr. Kakodkar on that. It is not storage or sequestration. It's not sequestration. I think the most preferred path should be carbon capture and utilization. The various methods of coal gasifications have been tried out, and particularly because of the high ash content coal in our country, we have a serious problem of what is the process to be followed, because we have been dependent on the foreign technologies for all our even thermal power plants which are running today are dependent on the foreign technologies. Forget about subcritical or supercritical and things like that. We have not even built in so many hundreds of thermal power plants in the country. A complete design capability with my NTPC or with my BHEL will be able to say that this is a 100% designed, developed, manufactured plant in this country. We still go for consultancies, even for thermal power plants. So when it comes down to going for the coal gasification plants, while we appreciate the work which has been done in Ondal plant by Jindal and company, but we know that we depended on Luti. And after we depended on Lurki, the amount of work which is required for it to become successfully operational with the Indian coal was a tremendous exercise which they have done. And they have actually narrowed down to a particular percentage of coal ash content, particular type of coal that makes that plant work. That means we have certain narrow margins as far as the utilization of coal is concerned on that plant. So it becomes imperative on our part to go for circulating fluidized bed combustion, pressurized fluidized combustion, bubbling bed combustion, entrained bed combustion. So variety of technologies which are possible, they have to be. So the need of the hour is to go for developing these kind of technologies as early as possible, because as I mentioned to you, with increased efficiency, with better coal gasification, you can get tons of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, per megawatt will get reduced. Now, if you look at this part of it, it starts with coal beneficiation, because you are a coal preparation society. So coal blending, coal liquefaction, underground coal gasification, these are a variety of matters. Then burning of the coal pathways and post-burning carbon capture and things like that. Now, we all have discussed that we can get in the value chain variety of things that happens, what are the coal gasification value chain? You will find that first thing is, if we have to go, is one point which Dr. Sharma was mentioning, is the air separation for creating oxygen. Now, any plant which is going to happen coal gasification will have to set up an air separation plant to produce oxygen, and that will be of great use for multiple other applications. Even today, air separation plants in our country, if we don't get from air liquid or whatever that the pressure swing absorption, we still need somebody to come and set it up for us. We have to import most of it. So this is the situation as far as technology is concerned. Yes, we have large number of air separation plants available where medical oxygen, industrial oxygen is being done. But as far as the technology is concerned, while so many 100 crores were sanctioned last time to increase the number of plants, but the tender is out, and through the tender we will get now imported companies to still come and set up the plants in there. I am yet to see an Indian company which can say I will be able to set up air separation plant without the help of the consultants. Same is the case in terms of gasification, because when we were talking about the Talcher plant, I happened to be part of the deliberations, and we looked at what is the possibility of using whatever work has been done in our country. Unfortunately, the gasification work which started in BHEL Trichy, where we tried to set up a plant of, I think, 160 or some megawatts, 160 megawatts plant. And when I reviewed it, when I joined the Niti AAyog, I found that they have done reasonably good work, but because of half-hearted approach to reach that level of perfection, inadequacy of funds, and not relying on the R&D activities which were going on in parallel, we allowed that complete system to drift into oblivion. And when I tried to revive it with about 800 crores of rupees required to, because that system was set up sometime in 1989, around that time. So it was not so useful. I said we can revive it. We ran it for some time, and we found that it was producing good syngas. But only thing is, it was a creaking system. It needed changes, and it required certain modifications. This country could not put 800 crores. The BHEL, which is supposed to be our Maharatna, could not identify 800 crores to revive that plant and make a circulating fluoride based high ash content coal demonstration plant in the country. Now, if that is the kind of approach you are going to have, I'm sure we will never be able to come out of this syndrome of importing technology. And what we are importing today? We are importing from air products, the so-called shell technology, the entrainment technology, which has been done in China. And now we have one engineering company coming and setting up a plant in Talcher. And there again, the capability of our consultants to even come out with the essence of the technology is so limited. I want to tell you, I don't want to name the consultant, so limited that they are not able to decide whether the technology which is being given by the so-called One Engineering or whatever that company or Air Liquid is going to be good enough or not. We had to have an expert committee with me to go into each and every element what was being deferred, what was being offered, to develop a sense of confidence that yes, this technology is going to work, and that's how this plant is now being set up. Now, friends, this is the kind of expertise we are having today with respect to database, with respect to the kind of technology which is needed for gasification. We have shift reaction, we have desulfurization, we have carbon dioxide separation, all these steps. Somebody is echoing, please switch off your mic. So we have a situation where you have there's a lot of echo coming. So
yourself, all gentlemen and ladies, please mute yourself. Mute yourself, please.
So we have this all these technologies, whether it is ammonia or fertilizer or urea or even methanol production from the syngas, all these processes even today, while they are feasible options for the economy of the coal gasification and all that, I'm talking about it because of our dependence on the foreign countries for every technology which is required for making coal gasification as an economically viable as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have a major handicap there, friends, and so if we should be able to do something like that, we'll be of a great advantage, because 1 million tons of coal gas is equal to almost about 4 billion metric tons of natural gas. So coal consumption for gasification around 300 to 400 million tons per year, few hundred commercial gasifiers can be easily working in this country, which will give you a tremendous driving force for coal gasification, because you will have ultra supercritical plants, advanced ultra supercritical plants, IGCC plants, all of them, along with that, which will be useful. Now, people have been debating in this country which is the best method of gasification. I'm not going into underground gasification versus the surface gasification. Among the technologies which are required for surface coal gasification for the India's high ash content coal, it will depend on the nature and pressure gasifying agent used, the way by which the contact between gas and liquid is done. We ran a small R&D project with Thermex with Dr. Sonde, and he was the vice president there. And that plant is still trying to do the gasification of high ash content coal using the surface coal gasification. And I find that we were able to get within about 6 months' time the right parameters which Dr. Kapoor was talking, and we were able to generate significant 1 ton per day kind of syngas from that. So it is feasible. Our scientists, our technologists, if they put their head into it, it is feasible to get. And we were able to get the bottom ash and things like that. So there are 3-4 methods: moving bed, counterflow reactors, fluidized bed reactors, entrained bed reactors. There are specific advantages and disadvantages of these gasifiers. For example, entrained bed flow reactor, which is going to come in the Talcher facility, can has a major problem that it cannot take more than about 20, if you purely go by 23 to 25% of the ash. So what they are doing, they are taking high ash content coal, they are adding pet coke into that to bring down the average ash content and increase the high energy intensity, energy availability there for making it successful. That is how they are trying to fund. The syngas quality is moderate and is quite good. Status is also good, and scale-up potential is very high. Bubbling bed, if you take, you will find you can take good amount of variety of feedstocks. You will be able to get good syngas quality. You will be able to get medium quality, and it in the ranking it comes in number 3. Whereas circulating fluidized bed, if you take, it can take fairly good variety of high ash content coal. Its syngas quality is just medium and good category. In terms of scaling up and cost, it is quite good, so it ranks 2. Then, of course, we have what in the country, except in one of the laboratories we have tried, is the plasma gasification. I personally believe, and this is my personal thinking, it has to be corroborated by doing some more scale-up exercise, that if you want to wide tolerance to the type of feedstock for coal gasification, plasma gasification is the best route for giving the good quality of syngas, because it operates at temperatures where the ash melts considerably, no clinker formation, and you will be able to have different kinds of ash content. And status today is it is medium, I would say. Scale-up potential, in my opinion, is feasible today because now plasma torches are being done in India, and cost will come down if we do it in the Indian condition. So it is a very good thing. Circulating fluidized bed gasifier is best suited for even for biomass co-firing. So we have different kinds of things. So there are a variety of technologies which are responsible, which we can do that. But associated with this clean gasification technology are the technologies for carbon dioxide utilization. When we did this for the methanol, that CO2 to methanol, if I want to produce using hydrogen from the green hydrogen from renewables, we found that we were not able to match the present cost of methanol being produced from steam reforming, natural gas steam reforming. Mainly explicitly because the energy requirement for producing hydrogen was significantly high, and cost of energy, despite coming down from renewables, was not able to match that. So we had to work on that, how to bring down the cost of these processes in a different method. Same thing will happen with ammonia, carbon dioxide to ammonia, carbon dioxide to polycarbonates, carbon dioxide to. So we have to do a lot of R&D activity on carbon dioxide utilization, and I'm sure we can do it. See, Iceland was running a plant where carbon dioxide from the steel plant hydrogen and the hydrogen produced from the geothermal energy was being used for production of methanol, and they were able to match the international price of methanol at that point in time. That plant, that complete technology has now been acquired by China, and they are trying to do a similar exercise. I'm sure we can do a similar R&D activity in our country where you can do. Second part, which is important, is since this clean coal technology ultimately will lead to the hydrogen economy, because once we get this, it can be used in hydrogen fuel cell production, because gasification of coal is one method that can produce power, liquid fuel, chemical, and hydrogen. So if we can really achieve this clean coal technology, CO2 to hydrogen conversion and chemical conversion, I think we will be in a position to do that. For that, the main thing is to develop the carbon dioxide capture capabilities in terms of good membranes, in terms of amine absorption process, and things like that. And we have to bring in much more efficiency in these areas. Now, we have, of course, this Andal plant which is running. The data which is available from this is a good data. We really congratulate the Jindals for doing this. India's coal potential for gasification is very high, and that's why Government of India has decided that we will spend 30,000 crores, and Indian Coal India is now setting up about 4 coal gasification plants. I've been part of their this particular endeavor, but then again, there are too many issues with respect to the economics of it. Friends, I would like to mention to you, many times when you are not even learning to, learn to even walk, you start talking about comparing yourself with a marathon runner. I think it is not the right thing to do. Technology takes time to get matured. So starting right in the beginning, if you start talking about these economics, it becomes a non-starter, and that is the problem of the kind of people who get engaged into the decision-making process, purely based upon what is happening, comparing yourself with a marathon runner and not comparing yourself when you are just starting the whole exercise. So there are issues, and we need to overcome them by giving certain leverage with respect to supporting this whole exercise of coal gasification in a big way. This market is going to grow significantly. Coal gasification market. I have seen a number of data across the thing. People are working in this area. And transforming coal for the future is, as I mentioned to you, that coal gasification with carbon capture will come cheaper than the natural gas scheme reforming with carbon capture after some time. In fact, the data is like this. In conjunction with energy efficiency and renewable deployment in the power sector, a 10% penetration of hydrogen with supply from coal gasification with CCS and renewable electrolysis can help reduce India's 2050 emissions. That is what is going to happen. So this is what we have to work on, and because that will be the only way. Even today, if you look at it, the cost of electrolysis and using the green hydrogen, using that is the highest today with a load factor of 47% and levelized cost of hydrogen coming to almost about $7 to $8 per kg. I'm talking of production cost, not transportation, storage and all. Whereas you take hydrogen production using the coal gasification, even today with CCS, with something like $1 US, one CCS cost of about $1.5 per gigajoules, you will get at the rate of about $3 to $3.5. Of course, by 2050, it is expected that the electrolyzer efficiencies will go up, so you will get about $10 US per megawatt hour. In that case, you will get the hydrogen cost with the electrolysis route something like less than $2. So we have the combination of the blue hydrogen and the green hydrogen, which should be our thing. And in the process of green hydrogen, I think blue hydrogen, I think coal becomes a very, very important segment for, and gasification becomes very important. So there is a responsible coal setting a new paradigm for coal gasification. I will conclude with this. Clean coal has misappropriated to a strawman argument. This is the statement I want to make, that clean coal has misappropriated to a strawman argument. Gasification is not the enemy of the renewable technologies. This is, again, gasification is a transition technology. Maximize efficiency, use the whole buffalo. legitimately address carbon dioxide, align with renewables, and encourage development investment in a solution portfolio. And R&D, I certainly agree with Dr. Kakurkar. Even today, I would like to spend something like 1,000 crores per year on R&D, on doing gasification, carbon dioxide utilization. And unless we spend that kind of a money minimum, and also has many agencies, academic and national laboratories. Particularly, I have a lot of grudge against BHEL and NTPCs, which are supposed to be in this field, and some of the oil refineries, which are supposed to be in this field. They are supposed to put in a lot of effort in setting up the scale-up plants, not just funding the R&D organization for doing some test tube type of research. They should set up the scale-up plants to make sure that all the problems of scaling up, ash utilization, carbon removal, all that can be solved. And that is where we have identified a couple of processes for syngas to hydrogen, air separation, coal biomass, liquid polygenation, blue hydrogen negative. All of them have been identified by Niti AAyog. We are presently working, trying to guide the Ministry of Coal in the coal gasification program from Niti AAyog. And I hope that there will be certain amount of investment which will be cleared by their boards, and they'll be able to come up at these 4 plants which we are planning to set up in different parts of the country, starting from Dankuni to Nagpur to other places, will become the main hub for doing the coal gasification. But the consulting agencies like Engineers in India, PDIL, and MN Dastur and others, I think these agencies have to play a major role with their experience and interaction with the foreign companies to pitch in with as much indigenous content in these projects as possible. Then only coal gasification will be a reality in this country. And I hope this webinar will deliver a message to all of them, and request that best efforts, best foot forward, and do not start looking at the economy of scale at this stage. We will look at it after 7 years. Let us do the job. Let us produce syngas from coal gasification and chemicals. Then we'll start looking at how to reduce the cost and become cost competitive with respect to the entire world. Thank you very much. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Dr.
sharing your
Saraswat. Normally, it's not a convention to ask questions from the chief guest after he has spoken.
Sir, please ask me. Don't feel hesitant at all.
With your permission, I'll ask you very few simple questions. You
can ask difficult questions also.
Okay, very good. You've been a part of Niti AAyog, the highest policy advising body to the Prime Minister. On one hand, our coal is of high ash content, and we are talking ash content. Removal of ash content from coal doesn't cost more than 82 rupees to 1 rupee per ton. Whereas you are investing 10,000 crores in R&D and the industry without looking at the quality of coal. I recall, take you back when we had that Euro 1 petroleum law. We didn't
Sir, your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking. We are not getting the full sentence.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it okay? Can I be heard?
sir.
Can hear you.
When we wanted to introduce Euro 1, Euro 2 norms, you didn't ask the buyers to go and buy dirty diesel, dirty petrol, and clean at your house. Pollution must be controlled at the source. Stuff taken out of the mines, 20% is not coal because we are doing open cast mining. It's all stone. We are carrying it, and you rightly mentioned, sweetening through it is not a right process. If you have reduced that coal in quantity by 20%, which is just a muck as the value, it is very for India, because they make money out of selling that muck. But for the youth, is a poison. The railways, other things they need. So, when we wrote to you, 21st May, 19, when the was changed that you don't wash coal. You got an order inquiry. So why did this happen? One particular company, let me name, doesn't matter. NTPC was buying coal from a Coal India mine under the name of wash coal, paying 2.5 times the price, like being paid by a private company. Now they said, went to PMO, they said we are losing 35% per unit extra in the electricity generation, we don't want wash coal. If the situation, if one PSU cannot negotiate quality of coal and price of coal, you can't sweep the whole country with the same jharu. NTPC has an advantage. It is sitting on the mine. But what are people in the Gujarat, in Tamil Nadu, in Rajasthan, Maharashtra? And you rightly said they're importing coal for diluting for improving the quality. You won't need imported coal, thermal coal for the time being at least. If you allow the entire country's coal to be washed to 28 to 30% ash, I'm talking in terms of all the power engineers, stalwart sitting here, who have used coal, Anil Rajdan, Shahi, Verma, these people have all used it. Ask Mr. V.R. Sharma. His company started minting gold when they had their own washery.
Sir, your question is getting lost in your statement.
My question is simple this. Please focus on quality of coal, which is a cost-effective process, and in the first step to the ladder of clean coal technologies is washing of coal, getting rid of muck, and processing using only that coal which is being done world over. I'll send you a piece of paper on that when you have enough time. Kindly read through it yourself. We have already sent in past, but you stand taken by the Niti AAyog was somehow round and round and round. That's all I wanted. I didn't want to disturb you.
I want to assure you that we have already requested Secretary Coal, Mr. Anil Jain, to revive the coal washery program in a big way. And he has taken our advice, and the washeries will get a major push as part of this particular exercise. Both for the purpose of steel, so that you can get the good coking coal quality from the washeries, and also for coal gasification wherever we are not able to get the right technology for.
Anyway, let us see. Somebody has promised you.
Our recommendations have already gone to the coal ministry.
Sir, I grant that. I grant that. It has gone in so many times in the past. But coal ministry and Coal India, if they start washing coal, they will simply come back to 20% production come हो रहा है. क्या करेंगे?
Yeah, we can only keep on pressurizing them to go ahead with that. They will have their own reasons for doing or not doing it. I think many of the former secretaries are also sitting here. So it happens when you sit in that chair and when you do certain things in a seminar.
Absolutely, you're right.
The situation changes.
Anyway, I'll stop it here. We'll write to you once again. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saraswat sir, for sharing your.
I asked Mr. Patti to add to what I said. Mr. Patti.
Patti sir, you're on mute. Patti sir, you're on mute.
Mr. Patti, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I think I have a question both for Dr. Kakotkar as well as for Dr. Saraswat. First to talk about Dr. Saraswat said that he probably did mention that washing the policy with regard to washing of coal has been having a lot of changes over the years, and that some past secretaries who are already sitting here may be able to throw some light I suppose if it is not directed at me, but I would like to give some background to what has happened in the coal ministry. Uh, Way back when this whole issue of washing of coal was taken up, then it was the Environment Ministry that came up with the idea that all washed coal should be beyond, traveling more than 1,000 kilometers should be washed. When I was there in 2011, 10, 11, 12, a modification of that policy was being talked about, that it should be reduced to 500 kilometers. The proposal that we made, and I think if I'm not wrong, Mr. Prasad is there in our meeting today. He was the advisor to the in the ministry. The proposal that was made out at that time was not reducing to 500 kilometers. It was to say that any coal with with less calorific value below 4,300 calories per kg should not be allowed to leave the mine area. Every coal going out of the mine should have a calorific value of 4,300 calories. This was the suggestion made to Environment Ministry. Unfortunately, when it was discussed in the committee, it was Coal India that virtually put up its hand and said it can't be done. And they said that let's reduce it to 500 kilometers. There's no logic, no reason, nothing behind saying 500 kilometers. It happened. Now, at that point of time, we decided that, okay, let's at least have a policy on coal washing. A draft policy was made out, and I think the man behind was Mr. Sachdev, who kind of pushed this policy. But it remained a draft, and it's almost 8 years, 9 years. I don't know where it is. It is still a draft. Nobody seen it. It was put into the back burner. People forgot about it. When there was a pressure from the world community before COP21 in Paris, suddenly the government woke up and said that, oh, there must be something done about coal washing. And again, a statement was made out and saying that, okay, we accept this policy, this idea of having some washing of coal, and this should be done, and so on and so forth. Once that period was over, again there was a lull. So, and then finally, in last year, we saw just the reversal. So this is how it has happened. As you said, well, there are reasons at various points of time. But what has happened last year doesn't seem to be reasonable, let me tell you. Because it goes against all the logic that was built up for the last several years as to why washing should be done. It justly negated everything. So one doesn't know what are the very serious reasons for doing away with washing. This is only a comment. The question I want to ask both Dr. Kakotkar and Saraswat ji is that, both of you have stressed on one point, and that is that there is not adequate R&D, and that technologies are being imported. Well, you'll agree that the science is known to all the scientists. The science of all this that you said is known. It is essentially the design and technology that is where we are lacking. Those require extensive investments, and those require a very close working with the industry which is going to operationalize it or make it commercially viable. And if not so, then the government needs to chip in. We don't see any of this. Why? You all are at the helm of the affairs. Why don't we see any of this happening? Why don't we see that we do R&D basically to utilize the resources in the country? As Dr. Kakotkar said, and also Dr. Saraswat said, that we borrow the technology and we try to fit it. And it doesn't work after some time. Well, the classic example itself is there in power. We decided that we should make boilers that will use bad coal. Why wasn't it suggested that we should improve the quality of coal instead of, using bad coal and trying to modify the modification of boilers resulted in what? Resulted in higher capital cost, higher maintenance cost, higher ash generation, higher pollution, everything that was wrong. So where do we go? And secondly, what I can't understand is that when we talk of R&D, what is the role of the industry? We only look at our laboratories or at public sector. We never look at the industry at large. And what is the connection? What is the method of transferring this technology? Dr. Saraswat knows that very well. How we do it in defense, it was only done in two public sectors. But when we had to deal with a large private sector which is there in the power sector today working, how do we do it? How do we transfer? There are so many experiments going on with various ways of improving coal, using it for that, using it for this. EIL has been working, coal petroleum industries have been working, but where is the conversion to practice? Where is the conversion to commercialization? We don't see it. Where is the lack? Where is the problem? This is the question I wanted to put. What changes are required in systems that this can materialize? Can we have reactions from Dr. Kakotkar and Dr. Saraswat, please?
Is Dr. Kakotkar coming first, or I should go? Is Dr. Kakotkar available?
Sir, he is available.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Oh no, he has left.
Okay, if he's not there, I will tell the problem today is you should see the whole power segment in the country. It has the privatization of the power segment took place sometime in the late 90s and early 2000s. Before that, most of the power production, power generation, distribution, I may be slightly wrong, 5-6 years this way, but used to be government-owned, government-done everything. And same is the case with the sources for power generation with the coal. And the coal ministry had set up Coal India, they have set up Bharat Coking Coals, they have set up many other agencies. Most of them public sector undertaking. The cost, the area for production and design, development and production of power equipment was entrusted with, again, heavy industries department, with the BHEL pioneering the entire effort and the private sector chipping in only as a subsystem supplier or a component supplier. A few companies like Thermax and things like that came up for supplying some of the power equipment. This was a scenario of 80s, 90s, and even of that time. Now, in a scenario like that, the focus on research and development never lied with the public sector undertakings nor the ministries. They never. And this has resulted in no R&D being done even in BHEL, despite the fact that there's a BHEL R&D which was open, despite the fact that there's an NTPC R&D which is open, despite the fact that there's an IOCL R&D which is happened, despite the fact that there are practically every public sector undertaking which was engaged in had an R&D component, ONGC R&D, this R&D. Now, all these R&D companies were not actually being given the right kind of investment for doing R&D, because there was a competition between the public sector undertakings which were actually asked to set up the plants and meet the energy needs. So at the earliest they should do it, and the import of technology was the only option left. Because R&D requires, as all of you know, certain amount of time and cost. And I agree with Mr. Pati when he says that it is not the lab scale R&D. In this particular sector, the science is well known. It is the conversion of science into technology, developing the design capability, and that did not get developed in the PSUs and the PSU R&Ds. As a result, even in today, when we were talking, I gave you example of culture plant. When I asked PDIL, why is it that after setting up so many of the fertilizer plant, you still have to go to a consultant to provide a design of a fertilizer plant? He had no answer. He said, we have been only doing like this. So there is no value addition even while the technology transfer took place from large number of foreign companies. And that is the difference between us and China. The Chinese also did the same thing, but then they did value addition, they grasped the technology, and the Indian Chinese industry is not doing design development of their own. So this is the, as far as the private sector is concerned, it lags further. Wherever, in whichever sector they got technology, they only did for operating that and making money out of it. This was the scenario. Now, today also, a company like Coal Ministry, and in which Coal India, which is a cash-rich company, the mental breakup for R&D investment is such that if I ask them to support 100 crores today for scale up of a plant where coal gasification can be demonstrated using the science and technology partially developed by Indian engineers is there, they are not ready to spend. I am struggling even today sitting in Niti AAyog, even today. And we all know that Coal India is one of the cash-rich company. Their board does not allow. The risk is there. Some of us sit in those boards also. No, what is the return on investment? What will happen? This, that. So, as I mentioned to you, when you are always comparing yourself with a marathon runner, and then you are trying to say that you are only learning to walk, this kind of a thinking with respect to the economy of doing R&D leading to the economy of the final product which you are going to deliver in terms of the power cost is the biggest mismatch. So unless we resolve these issues, we will not be able to get use of the R&D which is going on in a diffuse manner. I agree with you, in a diffuse manner in this country. It has to be channelized in terms of translating into large number of scale-up plants. Investments are required. They are not like 10 crore investment you give to IIT Delhi to do some work. This is not going to lead to anything. It is NTPC R&D which should set up a plant. It is the BHEL R&D which should set up a plant. It is the ONGC R&D which should set up the plant for, or even for washeries for that matter. When Simfer was ready to bring down the percentage of ash from some X% to bring it down to 13%, which was needed by the steel companies. They were not being supported for giving the entire money for with great difficulty they demonstrated. But Simple is a laboratory. Now, Bharat Coking Coal or some other washery company should take it up and set up a plant with that, not forgetting for the time being that the cost of that washed coal may not be as good as the imported coal cost of the coal from Australia. For the time being, it will be like that because of the economy of scale is not coming. We have to analyze these points and put it across if we want the technology to become indigenous, and then you reach the economy of scale. So this is the reason I understand we need to break this. Many of us who sit in these positions, we have to take such hard decisions. And I want to also tell you one thing. You mentioned about this,
We have to start the panel discussion.
1,000 kilometer. This is being given as the decisions to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Pollution. Now, this is the dichotomy in our system. How is it that on issues like this, which are related to technology, which are related to that we ask the decision to make these changes on a ministry which is a regulatory ministry? There's actually biggest dichotomy there. Today, even in the ash, we are having the same problem. Even in the ash bricks which are being manufactured from ash, we have a major problem today between industry and the Ministry of Environment. I'm trying to solve this problem. But then they are the final authority. Everybody raises their hands on that. You have a problem. It is a technical issue. It should be it should be handled by the concerned ministry. They can only put regulation. We will see how to meet those regulatory requirements. But you can't lay down a policy on that. So policy should be done by somebody else. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our gratitude for you having spared your time this afternoon. And again, we will come back to you sometime seek your guidance. Thank you very much. Now, gentlemen, we'll break for the panel discussions. And panelists are all here. We should immediately start the panel discussions. Yeah.
Sir, we have.
May I
Please
take
start
leave,
the
Mr.
panel
Sachdeva?
discussion. Yeah, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
We will
sir.
spend some time, and I know you will never say no.
So should we start the panel discussion? Sadhdev sir, you are on mute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Sadhdev,
think
Sadhdev sir.
I think you can start the panel discussion.
Okay, okay. So now we'll start our panel discussion, and it will be moderated by Sri R.K. Sachdev sir. Today our eminent panelists are Sri Alok Parti sir, IAS retired, former co-secretary; Sri Anil Rajdan sir, IAS retired, former power secretary; Sri R.G. Rajan, ex-chairman RCF; Mr. Lee Jenu, MD, Assistant and Director of the Talcher Fertilizer Project and GM International Businesses; Mr. Pai Junlin, Deputy Chief Technical Officer; and Shri Amit Sharma, MD, Tata Consultancy Energy Limited, Engineers Limited. So we'll start our panel discussions with Shri Alok Parti sir. Sir, over to you.
All the panelists are there.
Yeah, all are here, sir. All are here.
Mr. Amit Sharma.
Amit Sharma is also here. Yeah,
Then
he's here.
Jin Lin. P. Jin Lin.
It seems to be here.
Yeah,
Only
no.
is not there, I think. Is Mr. Rajan around? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
You're there. Great.
Okay.
Now, I have promised that I will not be able to do much speaking because I got bad throat, bad cough. I start with Mr. Anil Rajdan because he has heard a lot of things very close to your heart, and you have been on the other side of the fence using coal. You please
Thank you,
start.
sir. Thank
Give
you.
your-
It's a very interesting discussion today. And I thank again Dr. Saraswat for being very frank. And of course, unluckily, he's not with us, I think, at the moment. But I would have liked to say a few things because he's at the helm of affairs, I think, in policy making, as you would rightly mention. Because I feel sometimes, you see, there's a conflict of interest, and to make half-hearted declarations in respect of some issue is not enough. Because when government says so, government should say so with a strong intent. Unfortunately, R&D in our country, you see, has been in the public sector. The private sector has not been very active in R&D. And in the public sector organizations, at the end of the day, most of us sitting in the ministries are looking at or guided by the finance ministry that what can you give back to us in terms of our shareholder interest, etc., but not really the long-term future commercialization of R&D, which I think essentially comes from the private sector, which is looking at long distance profits. And I would say in the petroleum sector, Indian Oil, one tried very hard. I used to be on their R&D committee post-retirement. Also, having been on their board earlier, I tried to say that R&D should ultimately look upon itself as a profit center, because that is the future of any organization. And when we are rating these organizations, we should, as a national level, give great importance to what they have done to product development and particularly to indigenous research. On the other hand, I worked in the Department of Atomic Energy, and I know how strong the R&D sentiment is there. But there again, the drawback is that they don't look so much at the commercial part of it, that it is ultimately has to pay off in commerce. So it has to be a judicious mix of both. We have abundance of coal, we all know, we have been talking about it. It's only a myopic vision that we have not talked of the diverse uses of coal. And I think coal, again, is being looked upon by our finance ministry and some other ministries as a cash cow. What cesses you can derive from it. Clean coal cess is a clear example. How much of the clean coal cess was invested in developing technologies like the one we are talking today, or ultimately just merged into the GST, and there's no national debate on the subject at all. On the other hand, we have a lot of climate experts and advice givers on energy, think tanks galore, who keep talking about coal being a vicious commodity. Now, these think tanks, unfortunately, some of them, and these climate experts and advice givers on energy, unfortunately, I think are also backed by funding agencies from abroad. And I think it would do well for us to know who are the agencies who are funding some of these organizations. Is it in the larger national interest or not? China and India were in the same boat. I can say, as an observer, in negotiations on climate change and some other issues abroad, that China was looking at its own future, larger economic good, larger public good, and of course, ultimately be in a position to settle issues on environment also, but not be swayed by what the others were pressurizing you to do when they were responsible for most of the pollution. Carbon sequestration, as has been rightly mentioned, is not a solution. Carbon capture and utilization is the solution. Both Mr. Shahi and myself, we served on those panels. And I, even that time, used to say to the objection from some developed countries that I am here for carbon capture and utilization, not for sequestration. We cannot sweep our problems under the carpet. And we must realize that those countries at that point of time were under Kyoto Protocol obligations, which unfortunately they got out of in the Paris Accord. So these are issues that I think we must keep in mind. The national mission, we have to look upon it as a national mission, invest strongly on it, and the government, which I think the present Niti Ayog, like the previous Planning Commission, have got a very strong say. They should be questioning the central ministries. What is your R&D plan and how are you commercializing the various R&D issues? We have talked about, I think on the periphery today, about the issues of coal washing. Well, if my memory is not failing me, the insistence on washed coal to travel beyond a certain distance did not emanate from the government. It was a direction of the Supreme Court. It was in response to that direction that there were some obligations of washed coal. But thereafter, Mr. Sachdev and I and Alok were together on an event, I think some months back, by the present host. And there again, we felt that, of course, the railways are look upon, even if they're transporting ash, it's a huge revenue for them. So is government sometimes working at cross purposes to the national objective? That is the kind of intelligent questioning that I think we have to ask. And those of us who have worked in the government know sometimes what are the priorities. Is the finance ministry only having its say, Or are we looking at the immediate budget balancing? Or are we looking at the distant future? That was the whole objective of 5-year plans and perspective plans. That is something I think those presently in power have to know. And those who have walked out of the system today, like us, we've got to keep reminding and tapping shoulders. Mr. Saraswat, Dr. Saraswat was absolutely right in saying that we cannot start talking of economics even before research and translation to technology has begun. I think he's absolutely right. We have to look at these things in a longer term perspective and accountability. And that is where institutions like Niti Aayog would be playing a very useful role. Now, oil, I think, you see, I would again take as an example. If it had not been for the refining process, the various cracks that we derive from a commodity as crude or simple as crude oil or as dirty as crude oil, utilizing every fraction of it through fractional distillation, we would not be in the situation of profit as oil companies are today. On the coal sector, on the other hand, we are only looking at coal as a simple exporting commodity, which, I mean, not exporting, sorry, as a utilization commodity, which generate revenues, provide employment to people. We've got to go at a level of thinking beyond that level. And that is what I think is called for today. We should learn from some of these sectors what we ought to do. Spending on R&D has been very minimal. Coal India, NTPC, ONGC. Partha is with us today here. I can say the few years that I was settling the MOUs for these ministries or these organizations, I would say, the kind of R&D project which was thrown up by one of the coal companies, which were persuaded to spend something on R&D, was a project seeking to research on the role of ants and what they have done in a certain coal mine. I do not want to say what was the objective of that and who was the researcher who was being financed. Now, that is the kind of accountability that I think we have got to ask for. Is there enough perspective planning in the system that we are looking at, or are we looking only at immediate gains? The coal gasification issue, I think, throws up so many possibilities. There's a huge saving of foreign exchange if we go coal to liquids, coal to chemicals. And I think Jindals need to be congratulated for having taken the bull by the horns. And today, again, we're looking at culture, fertilizers, and other organizations. We need to strongly support such moves and such risk-taking abilities and not look for immediate balance sheets and profits. I think for the time being, maybe this is all I have to say, but maybe one thing on coal washing. Alok, when I think coal washing was being put forward about, I think maybe 7-8 years ago, there was a move. Unfortunately, I think one of the foreign investors who was promoting coal washeries at that point of time was a minor shareholder in the Coal India at that point of time. And at that point of time, a lot of coal washeries in Northern Europe were being dismantled. So the question that was quietly asked was, are we looking at pushing those washeries across to India, or are we really looking at an Indian interest? Well, that controversy aside, I think the benefits of coal washing the need to ensure that in the name of coal washeries, coal is not diverted, because the physical distance between the washeries and the mines was a porous distance. And today, luckily, Coal India has come up with surveillance, satellites, probably imageries to detect any kind of diversions. These are issues, I think, which Coal India has finally taken up, and I think it ought to take up with much more seriousness. But yes, this is a future research, and I think the future of Coal India as an organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajan. Can I request Mr. R.G. Rajan, former chairman of RCF, to share his views on the topic which we have been discussing since morning. Mr. Rajan, please. Mr. Rajan, you are muted.
Rajan,
I
we
thank.
can't hear you.
Hello. Yeah. I thank Mr. Sajdev for inviting me to this panel discussion on coal gasification. Now, we have been talking from the morning on this topic, and of course, coal to chemicals, coal to liquids, and coal to fertilizers is a very important aspect of coal gasification. So I will be focusing on coal to fertilizers. It is urea primarily is my discussion. See, urea and other fertilizers are very important, and because of the fertilizers only, you could have the green revolution in the 1960s, where we became a net exporter of food from a net importer of food. And basically, if you go to, again, you have China and India example. So I think somebody's talking. I think there's some echo or something. We have the China and India example, that in China, around 70% of the ammonia and urea is made from coal. And India, we have no plants so far. In fact, in the early 70s, we had 2 plants set up on coal gasification at Talcher and Ramagundam. And both these plants, of course, had to be closed down. But the main reason for closing down is not the coal gasification per se. The coal gasification even then was quite successful. The main reason for the failure of these plants was that there was no captive power plant in those days for these plants. And every time there was a power failure, the entire system got affected. Second reason was, since morning we are talking about, the coal quality was also a very big issue. So they said that 20% of the coal is having boulders. Same problem was faced by Talcher and Ramagundam, that the coal quality, the coal coming from the Coal India or other suppliers, was having a lot of boulders, and this again caused problems in the operating of the plants. So the main reason was the failure of this Talcher and Ramagundam was not coal gasification per se, but the failure was due to other factors. So today, hopefully, we have learned lesson from that failures in the 70s and 80s, and today we are going for this one more gasification plant in Talcher. Now, what is the advantage of coal gasification for fertilizers? Because in India so far, I think we are making around 31 million tons of urea. We are making 24 million tons of urea every year, and we are importing around 7 to 8 million tons of urea from abroad. And basically, we are the main importer in the world of urea. So now basically, again, the main feedstock is natural gas. And we are importing around 60 to 70% of our natural gas, which is being used in the fertilizers. All this entails a huge foreign exchange outgo. And here we have coal in our country, which we can very well use for making the fertilizers through gasification. And it is in this context that the government decided to go ahead with the Talcher fertilizer plant. And of course, the cost of a coal gasification plant as compared to gas-based fertilizer plant is almost double. We see the new gas-based fertilizer plants coming up at Ramagundam and other places is around 7,000 crores, and the cost of the Talcher plant will be around rupees 13,000 crores. As rightly pointed out by the other speakers, we should not think of the gas, but second of the cost of the plants. The reason is that the gas price faced by this Indian plants making urea is around $10 per MMBTU minimum, and it could even go up in the future. Whereas a coal-based fertilizer plant, the feedstock cost will come to around $2 per MMBTU. So there's a huge price differential in the operating cost, $2 per MMBTU versus $10 per MMBTU. And this cost advantage in the operating costs we can make use of, and we can produce competitive priced of urea as compared to the gas-based fertilizer plants. So with this concept in mind, I think we have gone ahead, and we are already awarded the jobs to the various technology suppliers, and the Chinese party, the technology of gasification is by Shell Eastern Private Limited, and now it's called Air Products Limited. And of course, ammonia is by again KBR imported, as was talked about earlier, and urea is by Snam Progetti of Italy. And the plants, I think, hopefully will come up by 2023. So it is to be noted here that all the gasification plants, of course, initially they had some teething problems, and even the Jindal JSPL plant had initial teething problems, which were subsequently overcome by their own efforts. So similarly, I feel that the Talcher plant is a very good step that we are taking to go forward, and we have got very good technology now, and the feedstock will be a combination of coal and pet coke. I think 75% is coal and 25% is pet coke, and the technology is well proven, and I'm very sure that confident that this project will come by about 2.5 years time, by 23 end, and we'll have the first coal-based urea plant in the country. And we hope that with this project, we will have many more such plants, because India needs a lot amount of urea, and the plants which are set up in the 60s, 70s, or the urea plants or 80s, they are now almost 40, 45 years old, and these plants have to be now they have to have new plants to replace them. So this new plants should be based on coal rather than gas, because gas we are totally importing. So better to go on coal gasification. And in the future, we can expect that at least after Talcher, we can have at least 4 to 5 more urea plants producing. Each plant will produce around 1.3 million tons of urea. So if you make around 5 plants, you can easily make around 6.5 to 7 million tons of urea, which can be used to fill the shortfall. So it's a good thing that we have taken up the step forward after a long time, and I'm very confident that it will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajan, for enlightening us on the subject. Can I request now Mr. Lee Chen-Yu from One Energy, One Engineering? Is he now? Mr. Lee Chen-Yu.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Lee.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm here. Thank you very much. Thank you, every gentleman. It's our pleasure to be in this chance to take part in this conference and to express ourselves, share some point. And first thing is, I got some 4 points I want to share with us. The first thing is about the coal gasification technology. I think there was enough high efficiency as clean coal gasification technology could be choice based on to deal with different kinds of the coal, including the linked coal. This is based on the China's experience. Many different technology has been used here, and those technology all goes up to this time they are mature technology, I think. So don't concern about the coal gasification technology. You could have based on your own coal, the coal quality. The second thing is on the product. I think this time the coal-based chemical product chain has consistencies with the poultry chemical product chain. It means, okay, you can use the coal to the liquid, to the fuel. You can use the coal to natural gas. You can use the coal to the olefin, and you can use the coal to the aromatic. The product is diverse. It's dependent on the which product has more requirement during the local market. So I think the coal-based chemical could develop different product, especially this time has been in China. I think if in future in India, you also could choose that. And the third thing, the third thing is concerned about the economic. When we look back at the coal-based chemical developed in China, we will find our coal gasification unit, the numbers developing very fast compared with the oil price increase. It means, yes, of course, the oil price is higher. The coal-based chemical would have more higher economic, but that's the challenge to keep the competitive during this low oil price period. So our suggestion is the first thing to focus on the technology choice. The first things, concern about the technology choice. We have the enough. In this world, you can find the enough high efficiency and cleaner technology to choice, but the place to find the shortage with your project. So it means you can optimize the capex. Another thing is concerned about the product choice. To find the which product have the more economic during this local market and choose the shortage product. This is concerned about economic. And the last things I want talking about the carbon neutralization. Today, many gentlemen talking about this issue. And of course, the coal-based chemical, the coal-based emission, the emission in intensity, the emission intensity is higher than the natural gas and the oil. This is unfortunate things. But I want to show you about this. Is China has set a target. This target is for the carbon emission peak day, 2030, and to 2060, China will get the target about the carbon neutralization. So I think this is really big challenge and difficult to China. And we also think it means, okay, in China, the coal-based chemical is the main obstacle to developing about this issue. We didn't very hot say that to look at the great future in China about the coal gasification unit. But I think India should insist on your own steps about those issues. Not it means, okay, I suggest this more steady steps face to the carbon neutralization and the carbon emission reduce. It's not means we didn't concern about the environment. We concern about that, but just China and India also, we are developing country, and with the huge population, economic development is more significant issue to the people. So this is all I suggest. If you can give us your comments if something is not very clear. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have another delegate, Pai Jinlin, Deputy Chief Technical Officer, to give his speech on the coal gasification.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to share my opinion and experience with you to discuss how to make good use of coal resources in India. Because my English is not so good, I asked my colleague to help me to do translation. So I have 7 points to put here. Okay. Now I speak Chinese. I ask my colleague to help me to do translation. 第一个问题，我觉得印度现在讨论这个洁净煤技术，以及如何利用印度的煤炭资源发展相关的那个基础工业是非常有意义的一件事情。
The first point is that right now the topic about clean coal and how to use coal significantly is a very important issue in India.
这个所以我现在来分享一下我个人的一些看法，因为我在这个行业已经工作了40年，做了很多的煤气化相关的项目。
I have been in the coal gasification industry for almost 40 years, and so here it's my great honor to share with you some of my observations.
第一点，毫无疑问，从技术上，那个用煤做成我们需要的各种各样的产品是完全没有问题的，不管是什么煤，这种煤可以是高灰煤、高分点煤、高硫煤，甚至石油胶，还有褐煤，这种原料是不同的原料，生产不同的产品，比方说合成氨、尿素、甲醇、乙醇，这个氢气、MTO、MTP 以及丙烯和乙烯的下游产品，技术上完全没有问题。这样的一些从不同煤生产不同产品，在中国都有成功商业运行的案例。
The first one is that there's no doubt that technically speaking, coal can be made into multiple kinds of products like ammonia, urea, methanol, MTO, hydrogen, MTP, and so on. And whether this coal is a high ash content, high sulfur, or lignite, or sometimes pet coke, they can be utilized to make into different products. China has fortunately been endowed with successful references in these different areas for the past decades.
我们都有成功的案例，无论是从褐煤或者烟煤生成合成氨、氢气，还是 MTO、MTP， 还是乙烯或丙烯产品，都可以找到正在运行的工厂、商业工厂。
As we mentioned, whether it's a lignite or bituminous coal or high ash content coal, we are seeing successfully operating plants in China producing ammonia, urea, methanol, MTP, hydrogen, and a lot of other products.
这是第一点，技术上完全没有问题，不管什么煤都可以生产我们需要的产品。第二点，这个煤化工释放那个发展主要是经济问题，这个需要这个很好的研究，要有丰富经验的咨询公司和工程公司来做这样的一些研究，才能使这个项目不仅技术上可行，也可能经济上可行。经济上可行是这个煤气化项目能不能成功的最决定性的因素。
The second point is that for coal chemical industries to flourish in India and also in China, the main concern is still the economical aspect. So a lot of research has to be done by the rich, experienced and consulting companies and also the engineering companies, they have to devote themselves to the technical, economical aspects of the coal industry, so that the bottom line is only through good economic returns can the coal industry be developed with more momentum and with more profits.
因为经济问题是一个决定性的问题，所以我们需要研究，我们需要生产什么？因为生产不同的产品，它的经济性是不一样的。
As we mentioned, economy is very decisive in the coal industry, so we have to be very detailed in our research as to what kind of products we intend to produce, utilizing what kind of coal.
我们同样需要研究采用什么的原料，比方说你们刚才是能够是否用洗掉的煤去做，还是不洗的煤做？是否需要这个添加石油胶作为原料？因为我知道印度的煤硅含量很高，那么这种研究呢，是技术的问题，但是它影响经济性，从而可以使我们对这个工厂有个最好的总供应流程设计和工厂的一个整体的一个配置。
Just now, so we mentioned we have to do research on the products we intend to produce. So the gentleman talked about the washing of coal and different types of feed materials. Whether pet coke need to be added into the feed, these kind of questions are quite realistic. For example, we know that India is abundant with the high ash content coal. So we have to study the technology as well as the economic aspect of it, because technical wise, it also needs to different economic returns. So we will have to deliberate on the economics as well as to come up with an optimate process flow to accommodate different kinds of coal types.
比方说用洗煤去气化好呢，还是没有洗的高灰煤掺石油胶好呢，还是洗了的煤掺石油胶气化好呢？这都需要做一些非常重要的研究，因为这种研究和这种选择决定了这个煤气化项目的经济性。
Specifically, whether we need to use the washed coal or whether we use the unwashed high ash coal with pet coke, this kind of specific feed choice needs to be meticulously studied.
所以第二点就是说，煤化工能不能搞，是否能成功，实际上是由经济性决定的。这是我要在这个会上分享的第二个个人的一个以前的观察和经验。
So this point of mine is that whether the coal chemical industry can achieve success at this stage is dependent upon the economic returns. With good economical returns, this industry can be viably developed.
第三点，我要跟大家分享的是，现在的煤化工在环境油耗上完全没有问题。我们现在做的这么大的，在中国做的这么大的煤化工产业，它的环境标准达到了世界上最严的化学标准、排放标准，甚至能够和石油化工的环境保护标准相提并美。这个事情是一点问题都没有的。
The third point is that we are quite confident that the modern coal chemical industry can be conducted in an environmentally friendly way. For example, in China, we have a massive coal industry here, and the environment standard is kept to meet even the most stringent international standards. And our coal industry can be environmentally friendly, just like the petrochemical industry.
比方说，在我们中国的西北，因为缺水，那么煤化工厂是零排放的，就是没有废水向外面排放，废水几乎全部被循环利用掉了。
For example, in China's northwestern areas, which is a place very short of water, zero emission of wastewater is materialized.
这个工厂排放的废渣全部被自然化再利用了。比方说，这个气化产生废灰，我们作为那个水泥的掺和料，那么产生的楼渣我们拿去做建筑材料或者修路材料，几乎没有废渣排放，废气化剂都被工厂循环回收了。
And for the other components like slags, they are reused. Fly ash is incorporated into the cement industry, and also some other components like the slags and residues are into the construction industry and into the road. Construction materials and roads.
Waste catalyst also catalysts are also recovered by the catalyst vendors.
The waste catalysts are also recovered by the catalyst vendors for proper reuse.
这个废气的排放 ，NOx 和 SOx 的含量全部低于全部气体的排放，气体工厂、天然气工厂是一样的。比方说，我们的 NOx、SOx 排放都会小于50毫克，碘含量也非常非常低。
For the gaseous waste, so the emission of gaseous waste is also quite low. For the nitrogen and sulfur components, the emission is less than 50 milligrams, and the fly ash content is also kept at a very low level.
所以第三点就是发展现代煤化工，环境保护完全不是问题，没有问题。
So to sum up, the third point of mine is that modern coal chemical industry can be developed in an environmentally friendly way. There is no problem in this regard.
但是第四点来谈，二氧化碳排放是一个非常大的问题。
The fourth point is that CO2 emission is a significant issue that we need to highlight.
这个不仅对煤化工，对所有的化石燃料、化石资源为燃料或者是燃料 feed 或 fuel 的这个工业的话，都是一个非常巨大的挑战。
This poses great challenge to not only our coal chemical industry, but also all the other industries using fossil feeds.
因为这个巴黎那个协议，关于那个二氧化碳排放巴黎协议，要求全球在2050年实现碳中和。
As the gentleman mentioned, the Paris Agreement has stipulated that by 2050, carbon neutralization has to be materialized.
巴黎协议，巴黎联盟。那么这个由于煤炭是一个含碳量最高的化石能源，所以用煤炭生产任何东西，它的二氧排放都要比用石油去生产或者用天然气生产要高很多，这是一个问题。
So the realistic problem is that coal is the feed with the highest carbon content. Using coal to produce any kind of products will naturally comes up with more carbon content than those
carbon dioxide emissions.
Carbon dioxide emissions than the petroleum and natural gas.
OK，但是这个印度没有问题，因为印度到目前为止对国际社会没有碳达峰和碳中和的承诺。中国有问题，中国有承诺。是啊，说对。
But we think currently India is at this stage that internationally speaking, it has not committed to carbon peak and carbon neutralization.
也没有时间点的设置，所以在印度发展煤化工，在法律上是没问题的。
There is no specific time limit for carbon peak and carbon neutralization in India. So legally speaking, coal chemical industry can be developed with more leeway in India.
但是我们有问题，我们已经向国际社会承诺了30年碳达峰，这个只有9年时间，因为我们还是个发展中国家，发展我们的经济，然后60年要碳中和，所以我们中国和印度面临的那个挑战是不一样的，发展这个工业。
But in China, the case is different. We have made our commitment that China will reach its carbon peak by 2030. That is only 9 years away. And by 2060, carbon utilization has to be made real in China. So there are different challenges confronting China and India.
但是我相信，过了若干年以后，印度有可能面临着中国现在同样的问题。
But it's also my perspective that some years later, India will also be confronted with the similar scenario like China now.
但是，印度可能有更多的、更长的时间段来发展自己的煤化工产业。
The fortunate thing is that for India, there is a longer period of development cycle for coal chemical industry.
这是第4点，就是二氧化碳排放是发展煤化工以及所有以化石为燃料或者燃料的工业都面临的一个大问题。
That is my 4th point, which is CO2 emission is of crucial importance to coal chemical industry and all the other industries using fossil fuels.
这个第5点，煤化工不一定不能发展，因为煤化工的工业过程中可以产生非常高浓度的不计成本很低的二氧化碳。如果这个合并添加 CCS 的一个手段，比方说拿去做 EOR 去油，或者拿去做那个去天然气，那么这个手段使用以后就可以减少煤化工的二氧化碳向大气中的排放。
The 5th point is that coal chemical industry, despite its high CO2 emission potential, it can still develop in a great stride. Its high concentration and low cost CO2 can be, can be used in various other ways to be made into economically profitable products.
所以，这个现在我们发展煤化工项目的时候，应该提前考虑这个工艺、这个流程，为 CCS 在以后某个时间段的那个建设提供一个基础。
That is why in our current development of modern coal chemical products, we have to take a longer view and to think about the big picture, taking into consideration the CCS and leaving a certain leeway for the construction in the future.
We are running short of time. Please wind up as earlier because the other speaker also, we are running short of time.
没事。最后一个 point 就是关于谈到洗煤不洗煤的问题。洗煤不洗煤啊，实际上是那个结晶煤产业链中的一环。无论是美国人在很早以前的那个结晶煤计划，还是中国做的结晶煤技术计划里头，在煤炭开采以后是要洗煤的，因为这个是对环境有好处。洗煤可以把灰洗掉，可以把煤里面的高硫物质洗掉，这样使煤利用起来更清洁。
The final point about coal washing is an important link in the clean coal production chain. So a long time ago in the US, this is adopted, and also China is also adopting clean coal technologies, including coal washing. After the mining, the coal has to be washed to get rid of most of the ash and also to get rid of the high sulfur content.
我的发言完了。都是自己的一些观点，希望就是这个能够给你们做参考。
Thank you for your listening, and these are just my personal observations and opinions. Hopefully, it could be of some reference value to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Amit Sharma, Managing Director of Tata Consulting Engineers? Mr. Amit Sharma.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And good afternoon, everyone. I think amidst the various luminaries in this webinar with very rich experience in the technology front, the governance policy making, and the energy policies, I would like to restrict my talk on certain basic fundamentals. And let me start with the first point, which is, I think with focus on India achieving certain basic security measures, for example, pharma, defense, communication, and energy, it is very important that we look at these topics first and foremost from the national security policy perspective. If we are clear on this, we would then make the right decisions. And I'll just take a bit to say few points. Our expertise in space with Mangalyaan and Chandrayaan is not because of we had a tender process and the best scientists from the world came and gave us the technology for cryogenic engines and various satellites and launch vehicles. No, we did it on our own because we believed in our youth, in our policymakers, and a strong resolve to make world benchmark space program. The output of the rocket technology we have for our defense deterrent is linked to that national policy of space benchmarking. So there is a connect. Similarly, we were the first in the world on the nuclear side to think of the triad approach with the thorium. And I wish we continue and get the fast breeder reactor and the thorium focus of India. The whole story on this is about belief with a strong policy that's interlinked to implement strategic actions. R&D, for example, in many parts of the world is based on not only national policy, but a firm belief that you have to do it at benchmark levels. And R&D and ROI are not to be done in phases. If there is no ROI, R&D is a scientific exercise with no output that enhances the economy. So I disagree with the views that we should look at R&D first and then make the ROI after a few years. I think R&D and ROI have to go in hand in hand. We need to challenge the scientists, the engineers, the policymakers to ensure that R&D and ROI go hand in hand from day one. Second, from a policy perspective, a lot of countries in the world achieved strong technical excellence by insisting on technology that was part of their national strategy. For example, the design institutes in China ensured that any and every technology player had to go through design institutes. These design institutes then ensured that those technologies were refined, modified, upgraded very intelligently and smartly by the various Chinese institutes. And of course, then they used it for their national security and national policy. And I'm sure a lot of the folks with the government background and the bureaucrats know the details of that. My second point is on the ROI, because I believe fundamentally R&D and technology has to be ROI led. And as a signatory to the zero carbon economy, I'm very clear, and this is my personal opinion, that actually hydrocarbons have to be found in the next few years, a replacement with cleaner technologies. And how much we keep on saying about better coal, better petroleum, hydrocarbons, the fact is carbon dioxide emissions is an issue that we are grappling with, and we have to leave a better planet for the next generation. So we cannot mollycoddle or talk about that something is more efficient, less carbon dioxide. All hydrocarbons will emit. Now, having said that, in a transition to a cleaner energy, decarbonized energy equation, in this transition, we should do what is best to minimize the carbon dioxide. And with that minimization of carbon dioxide comes in the technology, what we call as brown or blue or gray hydrogen, ammonia, and so on and so forth. So having said that, in transition, coal gasification or C2X is advantageous. We need to look at positive elements. First and foremost, what comes to mind is with coal gasification, there is a better possibility of carbon capture, definitely. There is a better energy densification, so we reduce the transportation cost of coal, but we transport the gas or C2X output rather than transporting coal all over the country. And number three, from a policy perspective, definitely coal gasification becomes an obvious choice for fertilizers and certain other products, including hydrogen and ammonia, which is part of the hydrogen economy policy. Again, going away from the lithium-based economy in which we don't have reserves. And so rather depending from petrochemicals to lithium, we need to have something where we have self-sufficiency. So that's the ROI point. And so the technology for this transition must focus on getting a strong understanding, scientific understanding, including the business model of using the technology. The Fischer-Tropsch process is a 100-year-old process, pioneered in Germany in the 1920s, used by South Africa, as many of the speakers mentioned, in the 50s and the 70s. So there is nothing new. How do we make this process efficient and better? Well, of course, it has to be done with 5 principles. Number 1, R&D must be at the national policy level. Without a national policy R&D on this, expecting the private sector to look at something which is not viable, definitely with all equations, technical, financial, it is not viable. It is highly dependent on the price of crude, which varies, and hence the use of coal gasification, the 5th largest reserves in the world, has to be linked to national policy of self-sufficiency for security and defense reasons. And hence, the R&D must be backed by strong resolve at the policymaker level. Number 1. Number 2, this policy must be evolved, conceptualized, refined with the national commitment by the institutes in India, including the research labs, academia, and possible partnership with the private sector. We should not cut and paste and get the technology from US with the X company or South Africa with Y company and Germany with Z company. That's not how our space program became global leaders, or that's not how our nuclear program became one of the best in the world. It came through our own internal resolve. The third is, in order for this technology to be successful, the mega scale plants with 100% modularity has to be conceptualized. Every plant cannot be slight tinkering here and there. We need to look at mega scale modular approach so that replication is fast with the initial scientific brains and technologists and engineers creating a modular mega scale plant, a gigawatt plus, and then modularizing it and making 50 copies of that. Third point, this process is fundamentally Fischer-Tropsch process and requires careful monitoring of the reactions and related parameters for optimal production. And hence use of digital technology, simulation and forecasting techniques, sensors is something we should leverage to ensure more efficient, lower carbon footprint output of coal gasification or C2X. My fourth point is, as I said, advantage of this over traditional coal-based methods is, of course, the possibility to capture carbon dioxide from the gasifier at a higher temperature and also capture heat from it, thus making the overall process much more effective, is the real ROI rather than looking at Rankine cycle of the steam-fired, thermal-fired power plants with coal. And my last point, the energy densification, which with the output produced from coal gasifiers pays back because you reduce the transportation cost, and with the energy densification of either hydrogen, ammonia or other output, you are transporting lesser coal but more densified output of this. Finally, I'll say that I think whether we look at the hydrogen economy, the electric vehicle economy, or our own energy self-sufficiency in some shape and form, there has to be interlinkages understood between the various value chains. An isolated approach of one area without interlinkages in an era of circular economy will give suboptimal output. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Sabdesh, back to you.
Thank you, Amitji. Now I request Mr. Alok Parti, Chairman of CPSI, take the floor and share his views and also wind up the panel discussions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sachdev. Well, I think it has been very interesting to listen to Mr. Razdan, Mr. Rajan, the two Chinese gentlemen, and then Amit Sharma ji on various issues, Chinese perspective as to what they have done and what they feel it needs to be done in India. Well, I think what we time and again come back to is that while we do agree that that coal needs to be used as it is in abundance in this country, and it is one of the major resources of this country, it is to be used, but how? The idea of coal gasification was basically to think of using coal not only for simply burning it in the boiler for power generation. That again is a separate issue, but basically looking at conversion and then leading to a whole lot of other things, which I think Mr. Amit Sharma very eloquently explained how this can be linked with so many other issues, whether it be defense, whether it be chemical industry, whether any other, how all this can be suitably linked. The core question remains, and it remains to be answered adequately. We have many suggestions, but they're only suggestions. We need to think of a roadmap. And that is that the main reason why this thing is not taking off is that while we understand, as I said earlier, we understand the science, we are not able to convert this into a commercially, I could say, a viable project or a viable way of taking it forward. I agree with Mr. Razdan saying that these research centers should be like profit centers, unless and until that pressure is put, and that was again repeated by Mr. Amit Sharma, saying that you can't separate R&D from ROI. Yes, it's virtually saying the same thing. But when you're looking at ROI and you want to look at R&D, means that you're basically looking at R&D processes through a profit center. I think that is some approach that we need to propagate, and we rightly said it. There may be failures, so the research it's not that you will always find successes. But then if there is a pressure to see that you have to find a solution, you may reach to a certain level, and the knowledge and the data that is collected is not wasted. When you shift on to the next stage, you use the same experience, the same information that has been collected through research, maybe for another thing, or maybe find the right solution using the same information and data. So one comes back to the issue that we need to look at R&D as a policy matter, and very rightly said, policy matter. Having government for so long, and people like Mr. Razdan, who have also been in government for very long, one also felt while in government also that none of the ministries have really a very strong technical support, which lends itself to a process where you can take a decision on excellent scientific finding. There are many a time these decisions are taken very quickly and without adequate backup. And then one starts trying to justify that in various ways. This is a great lack within the government. We can take up any, in fact, if Dr. Saraswat has left, but he was one of the leaders in defense research. I did have some experience of working in the defense ministry. The situation is quite the same. It's very difficult to make the research laboratories and R&D as profit centers. Well, the user itself is the government, and therefore it makes it much more easier to make it there. Where the user is general public or in the private area, it is a little more difficult. But there again, we have not really succeeded. I personally feel when you look at the whole area of coal gasification, there are two critical issues which come back to mind. One is that while we know the science, we are not very clear about the technology and design, and therefore there is a great requirement of R&D into that area. And the best way would be to do it through a profit center approach. The second issue is that the technologies that are known, technologies are built up on the known science of conversion, are using a particular type of coal. Now, does it not necessarily mean that we should, if we have coal of an inferior quality, then does it not necessarily mean that we need to try and bring the coal to the quality that makes it facilitates this kind of conversion, instead of trying to find out ab initio how bad coal can be used? These are two things that come to mind. I think the discussions that we have had lend itself to the fact that we need policy. We need to have an approach to R&D which will ensure its conversion into the technology developed into usage commercially and for the security, whether it's energy, whether it's defense or any other area, it's security for the nation. With these words, I would like to thank the panelists and close my small talk here.
We have 10 minutes for questions. If anybody wants a question from the panelists.
Open the floor for questions, definitely.
Just 10 minutes, please.
So there are already many questions in the chat box.
There are many questions in the chat box, right? Can you tell us some of them, Divya?
Yes, sir, sure. There is one question. Its name is not there. There is one code 149632, and he or she is asking synergy between the Ministry of Coal, Power, Steel, Petroleum, and Environment should be there to meet the need of time. And he was actually asking the questions from Dr. V.K. Saraswat.
He seems to have left. So we can send this.
We can skip it. Go to the next question.
Sure. The same person has asked what are the priorities for the concern, like recycling carbon dioxide from industrial emission into renewable methanol and gasification.
So again, I think Mr. Saraswat can only answer that question. He's
Mr. Rajan would like to answer this.
you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. The question are the priorities for the concerns as follows: recycling carbon dioxide from industrial emissions into renewable methanol and gasification.
Yeah, I think technologies are being developed for this. In fact, the industry for fertilizers, we are using the carbon dioxide and ammonia to make urea. So, and also this CO2 can be used for this in this old oil wells. So these are things which have to be promoted in the future, so that, and also to have more and more recovery of CO2 for use in these industries.
I'd like to add a few points which I think are pertinent. I want to make
Divya, carry on.
if you want to make coal gasification and C2X really profitable, and also carbon capture that goes hand in hand with that, we must find a way to create a product out of the carbon. Just like plastic became a product, coal tar became a product of the residue in the hydrocarbon industry. So what are the products with carbon? I mean, one, carbon nanotubes and carbon fiber, graphene technologies, of course, the methanol and other areas. But for example, if carbon can be converted into fiber and graphene form for replacement in the construction industry, suddenly there opens a market which gives you an ROI for carbon capture. I think these are the value chain integrations we must talk about to really make the young technologists and engineer passionate about connecting the value chain. Unless carbon as a product is usable, like plastics from hydrocarbon became usable, we wouldn't really be able to justify the carbon capture technologies. And that's why I say all these ministries can only come together if there is a national policy clearly written with the objectives and output to make us a benchmark example at a global level. Thank you.
There is one more question. Should I speak that one?
Yeah.
How do you see DME as an option, given that India consuming close to 28 million ton of LPG and there is no competition in terms of a substitute blending option? It was asked by Mr. Ajay Das.
Yeah, this DME, of course, can be a good substitute for LPG. In fact, in the late, I think early 2000, we did try for that, but it didn't take off. DME definitely could be a substitute for LPG, and we should promote it in the future.
Hopefully, this is the answer to Mr. Ajay Das' questions. So, sir, should we start the technical presentation?
Yeah, questions are over. Thank you very much. Now there are four presenters, technical presentations. One from the US, one from AAyog Delhi, and one from Tata Consulting Engineers.
Yes.
You can start.
Yes.
You can start
So
with
now,
the presentations.
yeah. So now we'll start our technical presentations, and the first presentation will be from Mr. Atul Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Technology Officer, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. As Mr. Atul Chaudhary, sir, I have your presentation. Do you want me to show it?
I will share from my desk.
Okay, sir, sure. So you should start.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just start sharing my presentation. We had a very good discussion since today morning, and several speakers have thrown a lot of light on merits, demerits, policy, and what we should do, and what are the next future things and challenges in coal gasification technologies. I am going to talk a little bit different subject. Today morning, Dr. Saraswat has said that we are only adopting and duplicating the technologies, and we are not knowing quite properly about the details of the technology, and engineering institutes and engineering organizations should come forward to evaluate and suggest on these technologies. So to that response, I hope that my presentation will address. I'll try to cover a new perspective from a consultant's point of view, what lies in front of the consulting organizations when it comes to coal to liquid plants. And we always say that this coal to liquid is a new horizon, and there is a lot of potential in the coal. And everybody talked about the dirtiness of the coal is no more. Yes, surely. Coal has got a lot of potential. All of us know that coal has the potential to produce ultra clean products. Surprisingly, the fuels that coal can produce can have and specifications much better than the fuels produced from the fossil fuel, just because upfront all these H2S and CO2 and acid gases and contaminants have been removed before it enters into the fuel making process. So the products from the coal are surely ultra clean from environmental point of view. It serves a purpose. The fuels, you get a good quality fuels. Most of the times we are using, I'm getting some disturbance. Can everybody be on mute?
It's spreading through the air. It's an airborne disease.
Can everybody be on mute, please? Okay, thank you. Yeah. So we always say that coal means people think of power. That is our conventional product that has been made from the coal. Now that there is a thrust on renewable, suddenly people started talking about Paris climate, that environmental loss. We have very large reserves of the coal and we are no more using it for the thermal power plants. Then what to do with the coal? So there is a sudden interest about, let's talk about coal to liquid, let's talk about coal to chemicals, let's talk about alternate ways of utilization of coal. Various speakers have expressed a lot of opinions on whether we are late, whether this coal gasification is successful, why we are doing it now. Apart from that, considering the potential in the coal for reducing the greenhouse gas emission, let us start with what all lies in front of us when it comes to coal to liquids. So coal gasification process essentially first produces a syngas, and the syngas derives a lot of other products, including the chemicals and fuels. So syngas can be converted to methanol, syngas can be converted to ammonia and then to fertilizers. Methanol can further be converted to DME, we talked about it, which is a potential to replace LPG. Syngas can be used in a Fischer-Tropsch process, which can make a lot of fuels, naphtha, diesel, wax. Of course, in all of these value chain, you can produce the power simultaneously. So there is a lot of potential for coal. These products can be made, and the route we are following for here is coal, gasification, and syngas. The moment you have a good quality of the syngas, then all these downstream products can be made. Depending upon the objective, a typical coal to liquid plant configurations have been set up. Even though the coal has potential to manufacture so many products that I have been showing, the objective for setting of the coal plant should be very clear. What is your interest? Are we producing fuels? Are we producing fertilizers? Are we producing methanol? Do we want coal gasification only for power generation? The definition of the CTO complex is little complex, and the derived products, the benefits, the ROI, all the optimization and all those things depends on the definition and the objective of setting up an coal to liquid complex. Most of the time, my experience, I feel that the objective is not very clearly defined, though coal has a lot of potential to manufacture several other products. These are the two normal routes. Either the coal can be used as a direct liquefaction process, which gives the synthetic crude oil, and once you have the synthetic crude oil, you can fractionate it further to produce LPG, gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and all other refining and fuel products. Or in indirect liquefaction, you can produce methanol, and then MTG, which is methanol to gasoline process. You can again produce the liquid fuels like LPG or gasoline. And of course, the Fischer-Tropsch process, we talked about it. So the selection of the route, somehow now nobody is talking about the direct liquefaction route due to complexities, the cost involved, the technology maturity, the CO2 emission load, environmental cleanliness, and the other environmental and political factors. But the focus seems to be on indirect liquefaction, which is essentially the gasification route for making the similar and the same kind of the products and chemicals from the coal. So a typical coal to liquid plant consists of several processing units. Coal is first sent into a coal preparation unit. We discussed in the morning session, need about the coal to send it to washery, wash it, prepare the coal, condition the coal so that it is suited for gasification. For gasification of the coal, we required oxygen. The oxygen comes from a dedicated air separation unit. And after the gasification has been done, you need shift reaction, water gas shift reactions are given to improve the quality of the syngas that has been produced from the coal gasification block. That is, you need to adjust the ratio of hydrogen to carbon monoxide. So water gas shift reaction helps to convert the CO2 into the hydrogen, and a certain amount of ratio of CO2 hydrogen is required for the downstream processes. A different ratio is required to make methanol from syngas. A different CO2H2 ratio is required to make ammonia from syngas. A different CO2H2 ratio is required to make Fischer-Tropsch process from syngas. So there are a lot of aspects about the water gas shift reaction and its configuration as well. Of course, after the water gas shift reaction, you have this tail gas cleaning unit or acid gas removal unit. There are a lot of choices available over this acid gas cleaning unit, which I will take you through that, and the core reactions for that. So this is an amalgamation of several technologies. The coal to liquid plant complex, when we talk about, it comes from the amalgamation of different technologies, the gasification technology, air separation technology, the shift reaction is another technology, AGRU is another technology, Fischer-Tropsch reaction is another technology, SRU is sulfur recovery unit. The acid gases or the sour gases that you have recovered can be sent to recover the elemental sulfur. So these 6-7 technologies into one complex, how are they integrated? What is the impact of definition of one unit into the another? Are we properly understanding the interfaces or the interference of parameters, how the performance of one unit affects the performance of other units, how the definitions and the battery limits and how the streams flowing into that are finalized? Are we doing a proper heat energy integration amongst all these units? Are we doing a good water balance amongst all these units? Are we properly utilizing and optimizing the power requirements of the entire complex and utilizing the coal in the best possible optimum way? So there are several challenges than the plant looks as easy than going abroad and searching for the technology and installing it into there. It is very essential to understand the intricacy, understand the dependency of one unit on the another, and whole integration of all these units is what and consultant's main role. Apart from obviously the tricky question is the selection of the technologies. All of these technologies, say gasification technology, lot of choices are there. Indian coal is difficult to gasify. So what are the options available? Are you blending it with petcoke? Are you blending it with the imported coal? Are you using it a different kind of a gasifier to make it suitable? Are you increasing gasifier temperature? So a lot of technologies are available that needs to be properly understood, evaluated, modified to suit the local conditions and to meet the objective of your overall CTL complex. All these units needs to be integrated in a proper way. So this is the picture where we see that the role for the engineering consultant companies to come into picture. Of late, we have seen Coal India floating lot of tenders, and some of them are on a BOO basis. We understand that the response from the contractors is very poor because those tenders were LEPC, licensor also you select, EPC also you build it, operate also you do that. And in this scenario, when there is no single licensor, when there is no single entity to integrate all those units, the success, the optimization, the cost, the returns, the technology evaluation itself, its suitability is a little questionable, or we will not be developing or we will not be progressing if we continue to operate in this mode. That was the one point I support what was discussed into this morning units, and in response to this what I have to say about the role of the consulting things. Let's move further. and understand what are this integration of the amalgamation of the technologies that I am talking about. What is all these coal specifications, how the coal specification impacts the gasifier design. As all of you know that the coal properties and quality over the geographic location is not consistent, and it varies depending upon the supply source. Quality of the coal plays major role in selection of appropriate gasification technology. Also, the gasifier technology must be suitable to handle a different variety, different quality of coal, providing a little bit of flexibility into the feedstock. Consider the constraint posed by available coal quality and gasification technology. It is sometimes necessary to blend various quality of the coals. Syngas heating value is impacted by various coal quality. Therefore, specific and select. Sorry. Okay. Syngas heating value is impacted by variations in coal quality. Therefore, specific and select coals must be considered. Otherwise, your nameplate capacity will not be achieved. The coal properties which can affect gasifier design include volatile matter content, then the ash content and the moisture content. Reactivity of coal is characterized by its volatile matter content. Higher volatile matter content indicates that the coal is more reactive and that can be readily converted into the gas while producing less amount of char. Ash content of the coal, which can affect the gasifier design, then ash content is a very important factor. Coals having high ash content like Indian coal that imposes a limit on gasifier operating temperatures. Melted ash can clog the gasifier. The slagging is another issue due to the melting and agglomeration of ash into the gasifier. Slagging can affect operability and safety of the gasifier. Ash removal from the gasifier becomes a critical problem. Oxygen quantity to the gasifier needs to be increased in the response of this problem. So when the coal has high moisture content, it will lower the gasifier temperature or water evaporates, thus it affects the thermal efficiency. So coal drying can be considered to limit the moisture content and the coal of the gas. So there are a number of gasifier types and technologies that has been offered. So it all the selection affects your end product quality. It affects the intermediates. And of course, when you select the different configuration, the other issues like the offsite facilities, utility system design, energy integrations, coal handling system, coal receipt, all the evacuation, storage of the products, these things also needs to be properly integrated, properly optimized, and properly configured into the whole system. So I will touch upon few of the units that has come across this this plant, and let's see what are the challenges over there. Coal preparation unit. I won't spend much time on the coal preparation unit because all of us know that the integration of coal preparation unit into CTL complex mainly requires planning of space consideration for coal storage. It is a very heterogeneous material. The preparation plant need to be conditioned to the available coal to meet the quality requirements of the specific gasifier type that has been selected for the operation. For example, coke is typically fed into the gasifier as a dry solid or as a coal water slurry, depending upon the coal gasifier requirement. In some cases, to limit the moisture content, the coal dryer is also necessary. The coal preparation unit needs to meet the particle size requirements of the coal field. Some gasifiers are designed to operate with a limited particle size range. To very small particle size may result in flowability across the gasifier, increasing the pressure drop. For downwind type of the gasifier, the gas loads, if the pressure drop, the gas load reduces, if the pressure drop increases. So some of the important considerations are coal need to be conditioned. Coal need to be made suitable for the gasification. Coal need to be blended. Coal need to be done a good particle size, moisture removal, drying, segregation, and the coal conditioning plays a very important role over it. Second important unit is an air separation unit, which provides oxygen to the gasifiers. Selection of oxygen supply, either through air or pure oxygen, is mainly driven by the target usage of the syngas. If air is used, the nitrogen in nitrogen in the syngas will dilute the components and its calorific value. Hence, oxygen is preferred. Also, if you are using the air, it will add to the NOx burden as well. So the quantity of oxygen required for the gasification reaction is dictated by the type of the gasifier selected. For smooth functioning, uninterrupted oxygen supply is desired. Stoppage of oxygen supply may lead to the shutdown of entire complex. So if there is no proper redundancy into the air separation unit, it can bring down the entire coal gasification plant or CTL complex. For example, the cold boxes used in the air separation unit may require to undergo cleaning operation, typically 2 days in every 2 years. Buffer oxygen capacity needs to be planned in case there is an outage of oxygen due to either the planned maintenance or unplanned maintenance, or there are certain commissioning trips or unplanned disturbances happening. So, proper planning is required to provide an redundancy into the oxygen supply. ASU plant capacities are finalized considering the nitrogen requirements of the entire CTL complex. So this includes nitrogen required for pneumatic conveying of coal. Then you see that this is not only producing the oxygen required for the gasifier, but this is also producing the nitrogen which is required for the integration of the entire plant. So deciding the capacity of the air separation unit, how many units are required, how many standbys will be required, whether it is 2 into 50%, 4 into 25%, all these configurations can be put into the simulation mode and optimized to give the maximum best optimized configuration. And of course, and of course, this is the one of the largest largest cost contributor in the CTL complex is an air separation unit. So it needs to be very carefully defined. The most critical hurt, gasification block. The gasifier is a licensed technology. So for argument, let us say that the licensor is providing the gasifier, and let's talk about the different challenges once the gasifier is available. The first challenge what comes to us is the options available for the cooling of the syngas. How to cool the syngas that is coming from the coal gasifier? Do we need to cool it or do we need to quench it? Can I use the direct cooling method or can I use the indirect cooling method? So raw syngas leaving the gasifier is at high temperature which needs to be cooled, and heat recovery is essential to increase the thermal performance. The process of cooling offers few design options. Cooling can be accomplished directly or indirectly. So based on the desired product from CTL complex, an optimum syngas cooling method can be selected. For example, when direct quench designs are used, the sensible heat of raw syngas will be converted to a low level of heat. So when power generation or IGCC is also attached along with the cold gasification plant, it will result into the lower efficiency. Direct quench method is, however, advantageous when CO2 capture is intended and CO2 capture is the objective and is configured into the plant. The cooled syngas is fed to the shift gas reaction. So excess water vapor in the syngas then reduces the steam requirements of the water gas shift reaction. So it may be, if we are using the water gas shift reaction, it is essential that you keep some amount of water into the syngas. You can use the direct quench method under those cases. The cooling section can also be utilized to generate the steam and power that will give some auxiliary requirements and increase the power requirements and give the efficiency of the plant, which will satisfy the overall requirements of the entire complex. Hence, the cooling method selection also depends on final product slate, the downstream processes, need for power generation, what is the configuration, the need for carbon capture, and etc. So the options can be very carefully selected when it comes to that. Let's talk quickly about the shift gas reaction, and then I will go to the acid gas cleaning unit. Coal is relatively cheap feedstock used in the gasification process to produce the synthesis gas. However, the CTL installations are capital intensive process. Coal gasification produces an syngas with a hydrogen to carbon monoxide ratio close to unity, but the downstream processes requires this ratio to be higher than 1. So there is a technical challenge to reduce the capex and opex requirement while meeting the hydrogen to carbon monoxide ratio specifications of syngas. This technical challenge to adjust the H2 by CO ratio of the coal derived syngas so that it becomes suitable in downstream unit is achieved by this water gas shift reaction process. So when CTL plant is to be designed and maximize the diesel production, hydrogen to C2 ratio in the syngas becomes an important design variable. Since the design of Fischer-Tropsch process requires certain syngas composition, the design of shift reactor needs to be synchronized with the demands of FT process. The most effective design for both units can only be obtained considering the mutual interaction considering both the mutual interaction of FT process and water gas shift reaction process. The shift reaction takes place between 200 to 500 degrees centigrade with a variety of catalysts. Gasification technologies based on partial or full quench will require additional steam to obtain proper conditioning of the proper conditions for the shift reaction. There are two choices available. One is the source shift and second is the switch shift. While the source shift reactions require presence of sulfur in the feed syngas so as to maintain the catalyst in the active sulfide state, sulfur must be removed prior to the shift reaction in case of switch shift reaction. Source shift allows the operation at a lower steam to carbon monoxide ratio than the switch shift. Another parameter differentiating the switch shift reaction is the ability to handle COS. Source shift has the ability to handle COS. When shift process is used, the COS compound first needs to be hydrolyzed and then converted into the H2S. This H2S is then removed prior to the switch shift reaction. So the extent of shift reaction and the ratio of carbon monoxide and hydrogen at the outlet of shift reaction depends on the requirements of the downstream process. The shift reaction configuration can be optimized based on demands of these downstream units. For example, for satisfying the carbon monoxide to hydrogen ratio of the Fischer-Tropsch unit, only a part of the syngas needs to be sent. Part of the syngas needs to be sent to the source shift reactor, whereas the other part can be sent to dedicated COS hydrolysis unit. Shifted syngas from source shift unit and the COS hydrolysis unit can be combined further to acid gas removal unit. Another example is when syngas is processed in downstream units for methanol production. For such cases, only a partial conversion of carbon monoxide is required. The typical configuration of shift reaction then consists of only one high temperature shift reaction. If the syngas is to be used for ammonia manufacturing and also in the IGCC, then high conversion of carbon monoxide is necessary. Then shift gas configuration then includes a high temperature and low temperature shift reactors, both operating in parallel. If the objective is to produce only hydrogen, then the complete conversion of carbon monoxide may be required. So there are a lot of configuration of the shift reactor units and the optimization options that has been available, and selection between source shift to switch shift are there. Gas cleanup unit, I'll just try to wind up in next 5 minutes. This gas cleanup unit, gas coal gasification process, typically having the acid gases such as H2S, then COS, then even some amount of cyanides, and of course CO2. This acid gas removal units removes these acid gases from raw syngas through a typical absorber regenerator type of a unit using regenerative solvent. Based on the selected solvent, it may be necessary to first convert COS to H2S using a COS hydrolysis unit, as I spoke during the shift reaction process. Hydrogen cyanide, HCN, reacts with primary amines, causing a degradation. HCN is also known to poison Fischer-Tropsch catalyst, and hence it must be removed to protect the downstream processes. As far as the H2S and CO2 are concerned, it must be removed either simultaneously or selectively, depending upon the configuration of CTL complex. Example, if you want an IGCC to be included as a part of CTL complex, then CO2 in the syngas contributes to the total mass flow rate, which goes to the turbines in the IGCC, and hence it increases the auxiliary power output. So it may be preferred to keep the CO2 going into the IGCC before removing it separately. Cobalt or iron-based catalysts are used in the Fischer-Tropsch process. Zeolite or ZSM5 catalysts are used in methanol to gasoline, that is the MTG process. These catalysts are very sensitive to poisoning due to the sulfur containing components. Hence, their removal is essential upstream before these units have been, before feed to these units has been given. Hence, the gasifier as well as shift reactors to produce the carbon dioxide components, the AGRU design specification need to specify the exact CO2 quantity at the AGRU inlet. The carbon dioxide balance is thus again dependent on the overall configuration of the CTL plant. The purity levels of syngas after the AGRU unit depends on demands of your downstream units. When the syngas is to be used for ammonia or methanol configuration, then the required residual sulfur levels are about 100 ppb by volume or lower. But when the syngas is to be used for IGCC power plant, the residual sulfur limits are only 5 ppm. So apart from the residual sulfur levels, downstream process also dictates what is the maximum allowable CO2 content of the syngas. Ammonia process may require syngas up to 10 ppm by volume of carbon dioxide. The acid gases which is removed from the syngas are usually processed into the closed sulfur recovery unit. The concentration of H2S into the closed process is an important factor, as the amount of carbon dioxide present in the steam, carbon dioxide present into the feed stream to the SRU will dilute the feed gas and the H2S concentration. Excess CO2 into the sour gas that will inflate the costs of the SRU. When looking at the selectivity of the AGRU, it is therefore necessary to consider the costs of the SRU as well. The selection, of course, depends on what is the purity required, what is the raw gas composition. Do you want to selectively remove CO2 and H2S, or do you want to remove both as a together? So a lot of technology selection is dependent on the configuration, whether the simultaneous removal is required or only selective removal is required. So technology selection also plays a role while configuring the overall plant at the first stage itself, and it cannot be left to the EPC contractor to do the configuration. The objectives of the CTL plants needs to be very properly fixed. What the consultants can contribute over there: develop an overall flow sheet configuration, simulate various scenarios, define the proper objectives of an CTL complex, optimize and recommend the best technologies that suits to meet the given objective, optimize the steam and power balances, water balances, overall utility balances, evaluate the technologies, integrate them. Amalgamation of all the technologies into an CTL complex is a bigger task than just renting and technology to produce that sheet. It requires a thorough understanding. I have given a few examples of the dependency of some of the parameters, how configuration and how the output of one unit impacts the output of another unit. So the process engineering consultants, overall engineering consulting organizations do play an important role while making a suitable configuration of the CTL plant. And the main objective is develop an excellent plant configuration for the project startup. The overall rest, all things follows, the detail engineering, then construction, installation, commissioning, and all will follow in place. So thank you very much for patient listening. I stop my presentation over here with these remarks, and I'll stop sharing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for briefing about the coal to liquid technology. Our next speaker is Dr. R.N. Niti, Executive Director, EIL. Niti sir, are you there? Niti sir?
Sir, I'm sharing my file.
Sure, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir,
Hello?
it's visible. Yeah, it's visible, sir.
Thank you. giving me that opportunity to present that work done at AAyog R&D Center, Gurgaon. My topic, the presentation topic is the conversion of high-S Indian coal to liquid fuels through gasification route and efforts by AAyog. My the presenter, Sri Atul ji already briefed about that CTL process and that inherent complexities and integrations philosophies. So I will skip couple of slides and straight away I will come to that what in this technology development what AAyog is doing. So my overview of my presentations, that introduction to CTL process, just only I will brief what are the technology components are there in this CTL route. Then what are the design aspects of this technology components, what we are taking care, because that all integrations and other advantage, disadvantage, inherent integrations philosophy already briefed my previous presenters. Then I will brief that efforts of AAyog on developing these technology components of CTL portfolio. The CTL portfolio, lot of technology components will be there. Some maybe that already established, so we can go through like a bought-out components, and but that what are the missing links and what are the missing components or important components, that I will brief. That includes what are the methodology we have adopted for the CTL technology components development. What are the experimental facilities we have set up here, and what are the mathematical tool or mathematical routes we have followed, and what are the pilot plans. Then what will be the demonstration plan to demonstrate it, and then so far what that operating results and observations we have experienced, that I will share, and finally by the conclusions. So this CTL technology already briefed. So we have a coal, we have to gasify it, we'll generate syngas. That syngas will be a lot of components, including important components and minor components. Based on that highest coal, these compositions will vary. Then we'll come to that this gas to be cool and clean. Then it will be used in FT reactor for conversion to FT fuels. And then downstream section, the product upgradations. So I will skip this because already this already briefed in my previous presentations. Only to brief that there is a lot of product flexibilities in this total route. That syngas is the umbrella term. From that synthesis gas, lot of products we can get. Based on that economic scenario, different routes can be adopted on the time scale. For our project, when we started it, that time this crude was around $70 to $80 per barrel. So it was that time very much lucrative. But nowadays that FT our crude is cheaper. But that the technology components what we have developed and developing, that will be useful. So those are the offshoots technologies. In a simple manner, if you see, even if that chemical industry, if you see that for our fuels to syngas, normally we concentrate what is the combustion energy content of product per unit volume. But if you go to the industrial chemicals, that generally sold by that weight of their chemicals. So that atomicity is a very great factor. If you see that methanol or acetic acid, there are 100% atomicity is there. So that means that product performance is very good through these chemical components. This is already briefed, but only I can say that the synthesis gas, the largest manufacturer of hydrogen, more than half of which is used in the synthesis of ammonia. The second largest use of the synthesis gas for methanol production. Third largest conversion to paraffins, olefins, oxygenates by Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. The fourth largest that hydroformylations of oxo reactions. It is an intermediate component. It gives lot of branching to the chemical industry. In CTL, the 4 major steps are there. First is the gasification, then cleaning of the synthesis gas, already briefed, then FT synthesis, and finally product upgradations. The gasification is established. So a lot of parallel that reactions will be there. During gasifications, the part combustions and then energy is supplied to that complex reactions, parallel competitive reactions, which to proceed that depends on hydrodynamics also. So hydrodynamics plays a lot of role. So once that chemistry is established, but providing proper hydrodynamics, that we say it is a scale up. That is very important for actual use of that technology, or we can success of that technology. See, all we agree that normally we believe, saying we have a very much potential in our childhood, but due to environment, I have been spoiled or I have been come up. So like that, in this chemistry to that scale-up issue, that factor is actually factor in. So we have to take care of the hydrodynamics or environment to convert it to a very successful technology. In brief, that already it has been talked that gasifier for high ash coal. Indian coals are characterized by high ash content, low calorific value, low sulfur, high reactivity, and high ash fusion temperature. What it implies that if we go for intern bed technology, high ash content with high melting point, difficulties to all slagging process. If we go for fixed bed, moving bed technology, due to this high ash content, that byproducts including tar, phenols, ammonia, along with that, high ash coal availability becomes the factor. Constant composition high ash coal availability also becomes factor for the fixed bed. If we go for fluidized bed gasifications, provide better mixings, particle gas contact is better, and heat transfer, it is little bit long residence time compared to intern bed. High carbon conversion at moderate operating temperature, little or no tar, oils, phenols, or other liquids. Yes. That is justifying that fluid bed gasifiers is quite suitable for that higher score. So about that advantage, disadvantage of the gasifiers already had been talked a lot. So if we come to that gasification for high ash coal, the key issues become the kinetics. The kinetics, though already we claim it is established, but in presence of high ash coal, how the kinetics behaves. What is the kinetics at high pressure? Because still it is now purely understood that kinetics, it is going that ash particles there, how it is sinking core type or ash dislodge type, that not properly understood. Then operating pressure and temperature in presence of high ash, it has an impact because lot of competitive reactions, gasification reactions are there. So 1, 2, or 3 subsequent stage may be short circuitings, giving different result. Then syngas compositions, it is laden with different components. We have to take care. Then when we are going for size of the gasifiers, we have to take care of the effects of heat variations and material of constructions, engineering aspects, and the distributors. Distributors is very important, plays an important role providing that proper environment. So due to high ash coal during gasifications in fluidized bed, your ash buildup will be top of the distributors. So with the dynamic nature or fluctuations in the operating variables, that the bottom ash layer may not be disturbed properly, and may not be participating in the fluidized bed. These are the engineering issues. So we need to develop proper distributors for that high ash coal. Because initial for few initial runs, we experience that type of problem. Then the scale-up issue for this high ash coal, definitely that is one issue we have to experience with a lot of variations in the operating parameters, whether consistency in the result is coming or not. And after that also that reliability, that syngas application strategy, and efficiency, unit capacity, that comes in the last layer. So these already has been talked by my previous presenters, so I'm skipping these slides. Now, if we go for the reactors also, based on the requirement, we can go for slurry reactor or fixed bed reactors. Because whether you need that HTLT or LTLT, that means FT synthesis, a low temperature or a high temperature, whether you need watts more, because watts gives a lot of high potential, means certain numbers, more than 70, that certain numbers can be obtained from this watts correctly. If you go for gasoline route, then fixed bed may be better choice. So like that, it has a advantage, disadvantage based on requirements we have to use. We have developed reactor model for both, and in our complete technology components, so both are there. Based on requirements will be used. Now the product upgradations is a conventional product upgradations route. It can be fed also. That long chain oxy hydrocarbons are produced, and conventional hydrocracking, some percentage of this may be mixed also, and will participate in the cracking. Now that technology development efforts jointly with AAyog, BPCL, and Thermax, these are under CHT and SACT. This is our development approach. I am audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Yes, sir, you are audible.
In our development approach, so gasifier sections, how we are developing this, because this TJ, high pressure TJ we have used, that will generate that kinetics of coal, various type of coals, the kinetics at high pressures, we are generating the data bank. Then we have a pilot gasifier, and we collect the operating data. Then we have that mathematical models that validating with this pilot plant data, and altogether all these components combined giving the design methodology for gasifier section. Similarly, for gas cleaning sections, we have pilot plant, and we are collecting operating data, and we have to go for the novel scheme. That means that cleaning process, what scheme we have to take based on this high school components. Then FT sections, we have developed our catalyst. Then we have a microreactor for testing it. We have kinetic modeling, then coal flow study or CFD modeling for that hydrodynamics information generations. Then we embed all these informations to the reactor model and design methodology we have developed. Coming to the last portion, the demo plant, building all these technology components into a integrated continuous demonstration big site plant, and integrating all these factors for a large capacity. Then we'll be preparing the process package, that is process package under preparations, and we'll make it a engineering package and cost it. Then based on the funding situations, it will be implemented or established. So these are the pilot plants we have set up: HPTJ, high pressure thermogravimetric analyzers, and gasifier unit, syngas cleaning unit, cold stands slurry column, facilities for catalyst formulations and testing, batch reactor, fixed bed, continuous flow catalyst testing, and FT kinetics. Mathematical model for gasifier, that fixed bed type for gasifier mathematical model, then slurry bubble column FT reactor and also fixed bed reactors, and CFD modeling for CFD for slurry bubble column reactors. This is basically to develop the distributors, develop and testing the distributors at the slurry phase, because a slurry phase, the bubble column, lot of studies is reported, but slurry phase, actually that conditions, the only that proprietors, those are the technology suppliers, it is with them. Our efforts is to indigenous technology development. So a lot of components we have to see our own. This is a mathematical modeling of gasifiers. Thus, we have taken care of that complex hydrodynamics, then complex reaction kinetics, kinetics of high pressures at high pressures. It is a multi-phase, multi-component reactor modeling. Solution becomes challenge that we have to work on. Then our gasifier pilot plant, Its capacity is designed for 150 kg per hour with a oxygen purity of 93%. The plant consists of coal crushing and feeding sections. We have a high pressure gasifier with ash removal systems, cyclones, syngas cooling systems, ash disposal systems, and ASU air separation unit and boilers. And this issue, what are the issues we are addressing in this pilot gasifier? Coal characterization and kinetics, estimation of process parameters, gasifier sizing, dia height, point system performance, and cyclones efficiency. Coming to the mechanical design, that coal preparation unit and the feed injection system, as solid removal systems, loop seals, and distributors and exchangers, all these the mechanical design aspects we are addressing. This is your gasifier pilot plant at AAyog R&D Center, Gurgaon. It's a 11-meter height, and that gasifier sectional diameter 200 mm. And this gasifier operation strategy, as we want to experience that gasifications with high ash coal, so this gasification is very dynamic. There is any fluctuations in the operating informations, it leads to coke formations, clinker formations, because that at a high temperature situations may arise. So we strategically we have planned that, we have done that operations. First combustion, then gasification at air mode, the gradual rise of pressures, then induced with oxygen, gradual rise of pressures, and lastly that oxygen and steam. Because for chemical requirement or say pressure of liquid, oxygen and steam gasifications is required. This is one of the pictures when we are doing our that air steam gasifications. These blue flames, it is good that hydrogen content and CO that is burning. Syngas cleaning, that is the strategy we have taken. We have we are developing that AGS section, that solutions. This is a very proprietary item. That's why we are developing our own that solutions. What will be there for removing this H2S, COS, HCN, CO2, ammonia, and particulates. This is our syngas cleaning section. Its capacity 350 Nm³ per hour. It has been designed for up to 300 bars. Here, what we do, we first clean that HCN and COS in a reactor. Then water scrubbing is there to remove that ammonia. Then MDS, we started with that conventional MDS systems to remove that CO2. But after that, based on the requirement of or maintaining that exit concentration for CO2 and FT requirement, this MDS solutions, which goes to with different solvents. That is your novel process we are developing, so that we can have our in-house all components. And FT technology development approach, that catalyst and kinetics that has been developed at BBCL pilot plant. They are our joint development partner. And hydrodynamics we have developed, and distributor also, especially for this slurry phase reactors we have developed, and development of mathematical model for SPCL. This has taken care during our that slurry phase. Basically, this is a critical one, because it has a different different parameters: superficial gas velocity, pressure, gas density. All these have an impact on that small bubbles and large bubble distributions. That is quantification is required to predict the performance of this slurry phase Fischer-Tropsch reactors. This is our pilot plant for slurry bubble columns. We have conducted different hydrodynamic study at different parameters and different operating systems, gas compositions, liquid, etc. Giving a very good determinant. This is our reactor model. We have taken care of kinetics as well as embedded with the hydrodynamics. And we have compared that our FT reactor model predictions. And for BDEP or demonstrations, now we are at the stage of towards the end of our project. We have run our gasifier at more than 26 hours in gasification mode. We had to stop it due to external cause, leakage of CO in flare area. Otherwise, it is sustained operational for air and steam gasification mode. For oxygen and that steam gasification mode, we are under process. And parallelly also, we have started developing this VDEP design package for 1700 tons per day highest coal equivalent, so that we can capture all the missing links and we will cost it, and it will be up for funding. This is our compact pilot plants at R&D Center, Gurgaon. In conclusions, I can say that coal to liquid conversion is an option for clean transport fuels, will be attractive through technological advancement and a reduced availability of oil and gas. Although CTL is known, still there are several issues of design with high-as coal need to be assessed with Indian context. There are various technical components in CTL process like coal gasification, syngas cleaning, FT synthesis, and product upgradations. Experience of CTL with high-as coal emerging, there are various issues to be experienced or to be assessed experimentally, especially with gasifications. EIL, BPCL, Thermex, and CST are engaged in developing CTL technology based on gasification of high-as Indian coal. Various sizes of experimental facilities have been created, like gasification, syngas cleanup, FT synthesis at EIL R&D and BPCL R&D to address various issues of design. High pressure kinetic determinations of high-as Indian coal using HPTJ completed for various coals from various coal mines. Experiments of high Indian coals with air steam gasifications up to 5 bar were successfully completed and gasification sustained up to 26 hours. Experiments of high-as Indian coal with oxyblown gasifications are being carried out. Mathematical model of 1D type, fluidized type gasifier completed and 3D gasifier based model, CFD based model underway. Novel chimney type distributor, especially for high-as coal, has been developed. VDF of capacity 1700 tons per day high-as coal being prepared along with costing to demonstrate the technology and to understand basically the missing links, what are the missing links are there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the coal gasification technique. Our next speaker will be Dr. Jeffrey Klosterman, Director, Gasification Technology, Air Products and Chemicals. And I would like to request you, sir, kindly finish your presentation within 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you for the previous speakers. I will try to make this a little bit shorter than intended so that we can make sure we get through all the speakers. But it was nice to see in the previous two presentations a lot of the issues brought out onto the table of how complex gasification processes can be. And I would like to kind of comment on top of that of how Air Products deals with those complexities as an owner operator and a provider of technology, and give you a little bit more commentary on our approach of how we deal with that complexity. And one of the things that I would like to draw out as a key point here is having proven technologies to deal with those complexities is a key thing to have high reliability in your system. And you'll see from our two leading gasification technologies, we have two very well-known proven technologies in the field. In the slurry feed gasification process that was from the legacy GE technology, as well as the dry feed gasification technology, which we acquired from Shell. So I won't go into all the details here because I want to get to the meat of the presentation, but there are numerous gasifiers, hundreds of gasifiers that have been implemented in the field and been demonstrated with a variety of coals. So each of the technologies at their core have the same gasification principles. So in the slurry technology, the gasification chamber, whether it be a quench configuration or a heat recovery configuration in the radiant syngas cooler, the gasification chamber is
sized and engineered relatively similar in their construction. This means that we can take the wealth of experience that we've developed in the quench application and extend that into our radiant syngas cooler applications, which we've done successfully on several proven bids in operation. For our dry feed technology, we have similar offerings where the staple is our syngas cooler offering, which has been is a mature technology and been implemented in many plants. That core technology consists of a multiple burner gasification zone as well as a heat recovery zone. That gasification zone was then taken and adapted to fit a bottom quench configuration. Both configurations see very, very high carbon conversion in excess of 99%. And with the heat recovery option, as was indicated before, steam integration in a system like this incorporated into a larger facility becomes more and more important if we're looking at energy efficiency and carbon footprint. And the syngas cooler really gives us an option to be able to produce steam reliably and with a demonstrated capability to provide you steam and as well as syngas for your plant. As I alluded to before, the technologies have been utilized over a wide variety of coals. Everything from lignite, subbituminous, bituminous coals to anthracite and petcoke. And so with those wide variety of coals come a wide variety of syngas properties. And as alluded to in the previous two presentations, ash is a key component in dealing with coals. And so you have volatile matter and moisture that you need to understand the reactivity and in the efficiency of the coal. But high ash coals, you need to make sure that you design for them. So what I would assert is that if you have a coal that you have a very high ash, you need to understand the properties of that coal in order to be able to design for it. Once you understand the properties, you can design for it. So in train flow gasification can be designed for higher ash coals. It has been also shown in the field, and I show a plot down in the lower left-hand corner where we've demonstrated operation for that's approximately a year's worth of data where the facility was constantly running at least 30% coal, or right around an average of 30%. So we have experience designing units and operating units that have high coal ash. In addition to the one set of data here, we also have 4 additional projects that have higher ash coals in this range that have been operating for several years. So we have had the opportunity to look at a wide variety of coals, and we've also had the opportunity to demonstrate that we can accept and successfully gasify those coals. See if it will actually allow me. There we go. And so the question of the day is Indian coal amenable for major gasification technologies? And here I'm going to put on my engineering hat and give the engineering answer of, well, it depends. So if we look at the previous presentations as well as out into the literature, we see that there are key features of any gasification technology. And I've simply categorize these as fixed, fluidized, and train flow types of gasification. And I won't go into the details because the previous presenters showed enough detail to understand what's fixed bed versus fluidized bed versus entrained flow. They also went through the aspects of the oxidant, in that it's preferable to have oxygen as the oxidant, as the nitrogen in the air, 1, takes up room in the downstream equipment, and 2, if you're going to a pressurized setup, takes a lot of compression power, and therefore you're carrying the compression power that effectively would be what you would be doing in ASU all the way through your design, and that just adds capital on every step of the way. So if you're looking for the oxidant, I agree with the previous two speakers that oxygen is the preferred oxidant. And as you look at pressure, going to higher pressures definitely is a benefit for the overall system, and I'll touch on that in the next slide. But the technologies, if I can pick and choose from the fixed and fluidized bed technologies on what's the best of the best that's out there. And you saw in the previous presentation of a fluidized bed that was at the pilot scale that was intended to scale up to about 50 bar. If you look at commercialized scales, that slides down to 30, 35 bar. And so when you're looking at the data and information, it's key to put all the parameters together, because I can put together, like I did in this table, a very glowing look at fixed and fluidized bed, where it looks like, hey, look, these technologies are amenable. However, this is picking and choosing between various different technologies. In the entrained flow category, almost all the commercial entrained flow technologies will be able to hit your key components, which are these items down at the bottom. Conversion well over 95%. Size greater than 3,000 tons per day, and a coal gas efficiency exceeding 85%. So entrained flow gasifier technologies, in particular our slurry fed and dry feed technologies, all meet these criteria today and have been demonstrated over many years. So really the question isn't, can you gasify Indian coals in these technologies, and specifically in entrained flow? They can all do it to a various extent. But what you really want is a commercially proven technology that's also economic. And that's what entrained flow technology gives you. And how, you might ask, do you have an advantage using entrained flow gasification technology? Well, here's a few of the things on these slides. So here, the first item I've already talked about. It's the gasifier pressure. It reduces the downstream unit size, and that improves your economies of scale throughout the plant. So going to higher pressures in the gasification unit helps with reactivity, but then it also helps you and propagates the downstream unit operations and sizing. Carbon conversion is a very important piece of this. We've heard from previous talks where you want to have that high carbon conversion. You can get high carbon conversion by going to higher temperatures. And as presented in the previous talks, that is limited in the fixed and fluidized technologies by where the ash fusion temperature is of your feedstock. Entrained flow does not have that limitation, because you are by nature creating a slag, a molten slag product. And as I stated earlier, this molten slag product is just something that we have to design for. So the capacity of the unit can be in the range of 3,000 tons per day, just as same as it would be for a lower ash coal. We just need to tweak the operating parameters and still maintain that high carbon conversion. And to put it into context, I gave a methanol facility with 1 million tons per year of production, which is roughly around 270,000 normal meter cubic an hour of syngas. And that roughly translates, depending on your coal, from 3,000 to 5,000 tons per day. So 1% carbon conversion can result in 10,000 to 18,000 tons per year of coal that you don't have to purchase. So having a very high carbon conversion immediately affects your bottom line, and is something that entrained flow gasification technology inherently has a benefit over fixed and fluidized bed. It also, as I indicated on the previous table, can go to larger sizes. So the number and the size of the trains give you that economy of scale to improve your overall economics. One key thing that I didn't touch on in the previous slide was that depending on the temperature you're gasifying and the type of gasifier you use, you're going to get syngas impurities. Fixed bed and fluidized bed tend to produce a lot more heavier components, a lot of tar components that you have to clean up before you can go to downstream equipment. What that means is not only do you have that additional equipment to clean up, that those tar components tend to foul heat transfer surfaces. And so some of the benefits that you get of the heat recovery off the syngas in producing steam from that high quality hot syngas coming out of the gasifier is lost, because a lot of times you end up having to quench it or cool it down to remove those tars or to deal with those. And therefore you're losing overall efficiency in the plant. This is something that we understand as not only a gasification supplier, but as a full technology and plant supplier, where we're used to operating plants and looking at the efficiency and the reliability of the system. So minor things of impurities like this have major impacts, not only on the CapEx, but on your operating and your choice of technologies downstream. So entrain flow eliminates those syngas impurities and enables you a higher efficiency, enables you to have higher pressure steam rays, and also has a more compact footprint from that standpoint. Ash handling, it's been brought up as, well, entrain flow may not be able to handle the ash. It can handle the ash. It can be designed for that. The bigger impact is in the disposal of the ash. For entrain flow, you have molten slag. It's vitrified material. It's non-leachable. It can be broken up. It can be used in road beds. It can be disposed of as a non-hazardous material. For fly ash, that's not always the case. You have to go through many, many steps of testing the fly ash to make sure that it can be deposited in a landfill or could be used in another application, because it isn't vitrified. Things can leach out of the material, so it can be classified as hazardous. And once it's classified as hazardous, that's a huge impact to the overall operating expense for the plant. Reliability and availability, I don't really need to tell everybody in the audience how important this is. If the plant's not running, you're not going to make money. And so what does that mean overall? Well, if we look at our technologies, whether it be the dry feed gasifier in the syngas cooler arrangement, which is in the upper left, the bottom quench arrangement, which is just to its right, or our slurry configuration, which is in the lower left, you're looking at reliability numbers in excess of 97% on stream. So the syngas cooler and bottom quench dry feed options are well over 97%, and we continue to improve on that year on year with stellar performance for either configuration, reaching almost a full year of operation without any downtime. For our slurry technology, we can see that with a given configuration and accommodating for the downtime, you can get also over 99% availability of 2 trains in a 2+1 type configuration. As alluded to in previous presentations, the gasification unit is only one unit operation in the whole plant. Air Products also offers many other of the unit operations in the plant, as well as the ability to tie these things together. So we have experience with ASU, with gasification, with excuse me, with PSA, cold box, nitrogen wash. We partner with other technology providers to give you very good and very efficient, effective, cost-effective solutions for both the shift and AGR. And currently we have a relationship with Helder Topsoe for both their methanol and ammonia processes. So not only do we understand the complications of the gasification unit and the ASU and several of the other units, we also understand the complexity of tying these things together, because currently we're working on about a half a dozen projects in various stages of bid and execution. And that gives us a wealth of experience to deal with How much do you need to shift? What is the shift configuration? How does that affect your AGR? We understand those aspects because we do those things every day. We're working on projects every day. We're owner operators, so we're bringing that reliability and experience into the total plant package as well. Just as an example, and I won't dwell on this because I know I'm running short on time, we'll take, for example, the heat recovery aspect. So this slide was put together for reduced CO2 emissions purposes, but you can also label this as it enables efficiency. So the cogeneration of steam in the gasification unit, as well as your shift, as what was indicated before, in the CO shift, you're shifting CO to hydrogen, you're liberating a lot of heat, which also raises steam. So integrating those two systems, being able to utilize the knowledge and understanding of how to put the whole plant together can help you eliminate some on-purpose steam or power generation in the facility, and therefore enabling greater efficiency because cogeneration is inherently more efficient than on-purpose generation, but it also helps you to reduce your CO2 footprint as well. So as I indicated, we have more than a half a dozen projects in our queue, and two specific that I'll spike out are two particular opportunities that we have in India with the Telshire project, which is using high ash coal, ranging from around 40 to 47% ash in the coal. And we are moving forward. We have been awarded the EPC contract back in September of 2019. And so we have successfully demonstrated to that team that we have the experience, we have the knowledge, and we can process these higher ash coals. In addition, we are working and bidding into the Dankuni project, which is a coal to methanol project. The ash is around 24% in this case, and we're moving through the paces with that bid, and are showing that we have multiple options, not only for the gasification block, but as a provider of information for the full plant. And with that, I'll just summarize my points. So Indian coals are amenable for the gasification technologies, but not all technologies are equal. And you know, as we indicated in all the presentations that I attended today, that dealing with the uncertainty and many variables of the gasification process, you really want proven technology, and that's what Air Products offers. Also, the selection of the gasification technology really impacts the overall economics. If you're having to deal with the fines that the fixed bed technology can't take care of, or the tars that are potentially produced by fluidized and fixed bed technologies, that adds capital, that adds operating costs. Those are headaches that you don't want to have. And so being able to select the appropriate technology, and in our case, we feel that's in train flow technology with the higher temperatures, higher conversions, better efficiency overall, and reliability, that really provides a technical and economic solution. So, you know, Air Products has two leading technologies. I won't go through the details of the specifics here, but they are world leading. We have some of the largest gasifiers offered in the industry, as well as the complementary experience of understanding how the reliability of those units impact and can be taken into account into the full chemical plant. And so Air Products can give you a very efficient overall plant design. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
For being on time and enlightening us about the coal gasifications into of the plant in India. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Yanke, Senior Engineer and Process Lead of Talcher Particular Project, for his presentation.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad to be invited to attend this conference. And my topic is Wuhan's practice and lessons. Then from coal to hydrogen project. And I will share my PPT on the picture. Wait 1 minute. And my topic is emphasis on coal to hydrogen. And why I selected this topic, you see, I will tell everyone the truth that over 13 trains of large-scale refining and chemical projects along the coast of China adopt the integrated refining and chemical project model. Why? Because the situation in China, with the more and more stricter environmental discharge standard is carried out, we will find that the oil product requires less sulfur content, less olefin content, less aromatic hydrocarbon content, and etc. So it means the oil upgrading force refineries to make some change. How to realize the change? First, the refinery will consumes large amount of hydrogen than before, and make the oil upgrading while also by producing more high sulfur content petcoke or residue. Because the petcoke is high sulfur content and also can accumulate more heavy metal elements in the byproducts. So it's hard to utilize or disposal internally. Before, in China, the petcoke will be used as fuel to provide heat and steam. But after we find that the petcoke is more and more, we must find a large-scale treatment technology to digest the petcoke and the residue. So we integrate large-scale coal gasification and gas purification island with the refinery to produce to realize this aim, because there is some characteristic for coal gasification technology. First, the feedstock of coal gasification will consume high solid carbon content fossil fuel, and it could high sulfur material, and the heavy metal elements could be sealed up in the melting stack. And after that, the coal gasification could produce large-scale cheap hydrogen, and this will be delivered to refineries as feedstock. So integrated coal gasification and refinery make a circular economy mode. The coal to hydrogen island digests the byproduct petcoke solid waste from refinery and supply cheap and large-scale hydrogen back to the refinery. So it will give two influence. First, there will be significant reduction for the environmental influence to utilize the petcoke and the residue. And then the cheap and large-scale hydrogen could be supplied. So what's the principles of integrated development of coal, oil, and chemical? There are some principles. First is high reliability and availability, because the refineries only have some planned maintenance time every several years. So the hydrogen reliability and availability is the first aim, and then complementary raw material. The petcoke and hydrogen requirement will be checked and make the balance. And maybe some coal with poor quality and low price will be made up to produce the required hydrogen amount. And then the production diversification, because we must make some measures to maintain a high reliability for hydrogen, but the chemicals could as adjusting measures to make this aim. Third is the shared utility and some other facility. For example, because the coal gasification digestion petcoke, the petcoke storage in refinery could be reduced, and the turnover time of the coal gasification island could be reduced. So it's money saved. And also the land occupancy of both refinery and coal gasification island will also be reduced. And the last two is circular economy. It will be as per the whole plant energy estimation. And after that, the green and low carbon is also a very important index. And next is the technical routing of the coal to hydrogen, which make up to refinery. The coal of high the coal with high FT point and high ash content and other poor quality should be blended with petcoke as feedstock and go into the coal gasification unit. With the oxygen from ASU, it will be reacted as to produce crude syngas, and the syngas will be shifted in CO shift to adjust the H2 and CO ratio. After the acid gas and other impurity will be removed in gas purification unit. The impurity of sulfur, especially the high sulfur content in syngas, will be recovered and to produce sulfur or sulfide acid. It could be sold as product. And then the syngas could be separated by PSA CO separation to produce hydrogen CO. The hydrogen could be delivered to refinery, and the CO could be delivered to the to other downstream to the downstream refinery units. And the left syngas could be used as chemical syngas feedstock to produce ammonia, urea, EG, and lactic acid, methanol, DME, olefins, and etc. After the technical looting, you will find in the co-gasification element, the key point is the gasification process selection. Why? Because the co-gasification unit occupies a very big impact on energy efficiency of our plants. And then the capex of co-gasification unit occupies very big part, almost half part in the overall process units. And then, because the co-gasification unit is solid material handling process units, because the feedstock will fluctuates. So if the feedstock fluctuates, it will influence the load and the availability of the co-gasification itself. Then it influences the whole plant availability and load. Generally, the gasification technology is cataloged as three kinds: fixed beds, entrained flow, fluid gasification. But for large-scale co-gasification unit, the entrained flow gasification technology dominates the market, especially in China. And what's the characteristic of the advanced, reliable, and economical co-gasification technology? There are several characteristics. First, inherent safety, environmental friendly, high energy efficiency, high feed flexibility, and the high throughput. Because if the technology is not reliable and not safety, it will make money loss after the plants goes into commercial operation. And generally, we have some principles to select the gasification technology. First, you must match the gasification technology to the property of reliable coals. If the design coal is deviate much with the operation coal, excuse me? If the property deviate between the design basis and the operation basis, it will make the operation very difficult. And the second is matching to final products. For example, if the final product is methane, synthesis methane, it maybe the fixed bed is better because the methane content in the syngas is higher than other gasification technology. But if the final product is hydrogen, CO, and the product scale is very big. Generally, the entrained flow gasification is better. And the third one is integration of advanced technology. Why? Because in the whole plant, there are many different, we must configure different kinds of licensed technology together. And the advanced technology will be put together and evaluate their compatibility, and to make play the role of their disadvantages and avoid their disadvantages. And the last one is reliable and profitable. Because in China, we find that reliable is money. The longer availability means you have less shutdown time, and it could save feedstock cost and reduce the risk of staff safety. Except the technology evaluation, we also have some economic evaluation in the project evaluation. First, you must confirm the scope of evaluation. You must confirm the scope of the overall plant and the configuration of process units, utilities, facilities, and different gasification technology. Maybe make the different scale of utilities and facilities, and it will make the difference between the capex and the opex of the whole plant. And we could also make the financial index for the whole plant. We could use minimum net present value of capex and opex for the diverse products of co-gasification island and refinery integration project, because you have many kinds of product except hydrogen. The third part is we will give example for a typical case of coal to hydrogen project. Here, this project is to produce hydrogen and liquid ammonia to the refinery and downstream units, and the total effective syngas is about 180,000 standard cubic meter per hour. And the whole plant's configuration is including the process units, utilities, and necessary facilities, which may be shared with the refinery plants. And the effluent of the co-gasification to hydrogen project is listed as in blank. You see, the wastewater generally will be treated in the wastewater treatment station, and after fulfill the discharge standards, it will discharge to waters. And if necessary, it could be done as nearly zero discharge. And for the waste solid, for the high, pardon, for the dry flash is a good additive for cement plants, and it could also be used as building materials. And for slag, because the heavy metal elements in the slag is not leachable, so the slag should be used as road construction material or directly goes to slag yard. And the field cake in of the co-gasification unit, because is high carbon content, it could be partly recycled to preparation storage, and then go back to co-gasification island, or it's used as boiler fuel. For this scale coal to hydrogen projects, you see, if the plant is built in China and the equipment and the bulk material supplied by Chinese vendor, except for key equipments designated by licenses, the process units capex is about $300 million US. And summarized in the feedstock, the utilities consumption, and the heat output, the overall OPEX of the unit hydrogen cost is about $70 US per kilo standard cubic meter. Assumption the feedstock coal price in China. Because Wuhan has been long engaged in research and commercialization of co-gasification technology for several decades. We are rich experienced in co-gasification and have long time to cooperated with numerous licenses and vendors at home and abroad. So we can finish the different the coal to hydrogen and other kinds of projects successfully, and we will And I will give some example here. The Songhua C2 liquid project is a very successful coal to hydrogen project. You see, because Songhua C2 liquid project is the first attempt in China. The duration of this project is about 10 years, from the FS to Wuhan's EPC 10K. And the total scale is about 300,000 hydrogen power. And now is still the first large scale coal to liquid project in the world, and it also opened the first single large scale high pressure PSA hydrogen. And here I must remark that it also configures 110 per year carbon capture and storage demonstration in Asia. It accumulates much experience, much operation experience, and operation data for China's CCS. And this is the 3D model for this project. It configures 2 trains for the whole coal to hydrogen project. Wuhan is a pioneer in coal to hydrogen. We could provide full life cycle service in planning, definition, implementation, and technology upgrading phase of projects. It includes consultant service and EPC 10K service. Wuhan are honored and very glad to share our experience with Indian company and to make integrated development coal, oil, and chemicals, and in particular to suit local coal properties, local site conditions. Because compared with China, India is similar with the coal reserve and the country situation and the development demand. Wuhan is glad to share our experience on the coal gasification related industry and glad to give some tips and suggestions. First, the owner shall make a good report of coal properties and coal reserve, because it's the basis of the downstream work. And then the market investigation is very important, and to produce and to make a very good report of final product scheme and product skill. It will influence much for coal gasification technology. And then you'd better make a good feasibility study report to make a preliminary project definition. After that, you could contact with the potential licensors and award the feed to an experienced company to make a detailed project definition, to make the overall technical scheme is the optical. And finally, and also very important, award an EPC contract to the professional and experienced EPC contractor. It will give you good experience and suggestion when the project implementation, and to save all this money and speed up the construction schedule and avoid the potential mistake in the commercial operation. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, now we are about to conclude our PPT. Sorry, our webinar for on coal gasification today. So I would like Sasdeva sir to give the vote of thanks. What is it?
Is there any question answer session after the presentation?
Yeah, it's you can ask your questions in the chat box.
I think we
Or
are short of time.
yeah, we are actually past the time. The time was 10 o'clock.
Pardon? Sajid Saab, you wanted to say something? I think we don't have time really for questions. What we can do is that you can send us the questions and we'll see we can pass it on to the speakers to provide the replies. Because we're already short of time, we run out of time. So we can now kind of wind up. Before we do that, let me thank all the speakers. There were 4 persons who gave their presentations on the technical aspects. We had Mr. Atul Chaudhary from Tata Consulting Engineering Engineers Limited, and we had Mr. Mehti from AAyog, Dr. Jeffrey Ulsterman from Air Products Chemicals, and finally we had Mr. Yankee from the who is one of the lead persons in the Talcher project as advisor. All the presentations were outstanding, giving a lot of details of the technology and the various aspects of the technology, touching upon vital issues like coal, the design, the kind of technology that is best suited for Indian coal. And finally, I think we also got a glimpse of what I would say the financial or the costing aspect as to how one would go about ensuring that the best technology and the best processes for building a project on gasification, particularly keeping in mind the Indian conditions, which include essentially coal quality and location and various other aspects. We, at the end of it, would also like to thank the panelists. I think Sajdev has already done that. The panel discussion was there. There were some vital questions also raised in the panel discussion. Some of it was answered. I'm sure there are many others. We'd like to just get the question and we'll pass it on to the panelists for their views. At the end of it, one has to thank the chief guest, Mr. Dr. Saraswat, the speaker, Dr. Kakotkar. Of course, we had uh, others from Jindal, Mr. Sharma, who presented on behalf of JSPL. And on the whole, I think the seminar has been very important and an interesting one. Many new things, many learnings have been there. We wish that all the persons who participated gained by this seminar. And to finally close it, I would only like to wish everybody, thank everybody for participating, speakers, panelists, chief guests, special speakers, etc., and all. And to end it, I would only say that in this difficult time, please take care of yourself and be safe. And as far as possible, ensure that you do not also become a victim of this deadly virus. Thank you very much. And thank everybody once again for the close. Thank you, Divya.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. And you all can get the videos or recording of this webinar. Just mail me your email ID and we'll send it to you.
Thank you. We can
Thanks a lot.
close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You all.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.